Hey, hi, hello. Good evening. Welcome to the middle of the week. Yeah, congratulations for making it this far. We're nearing holidays. I think it's 12 days left, maybe 13, maybe fewer, depending on where you are. Happy Wednesday! Happy Wednesday to you too, Molecular Shadow Fox. Good to see you, as always. Yeah, I finally got around to getting my Christmas wish list prepared and sent out around my family members. I know I should have done this way before. I'm sure they've already picked something out for me, but it's the principle of the matter, you know? Just like let them know, hey, general idea of what I want. So maybe even if you don't get something on my list, you can have a general idea of what I might want. Better late than never. Yeah, that's true. And there is 12 days, right? It's not like I gave it to them, like, you know, Christmas Eve or something like that. We're not going to have a Jingle All the Way situation going down. I guess Jingle All the Way was slightly different because it was like the dad completely forgot. It's not like he forgot to give a wish list to the rest of his family. It's like he who forgot to get a gift. Anyways, yeah. So we're just gonna, hey, guess what? It's Wednesday night. We're gonna do some more Forza Motorsport. And just gonna continue with it. I know I skipped out on the Legacy Reward Showcase, so I'll probably do that first, and we'll jump back in here with the tours. My custom Christmas cards arrived today, luckily. Ah, that's fantastic. Plenty of time for you to, get them sent out and make sure that everything's good. Oh, finishing. Oh, wait, no, wrong one. I meant to do Power Tour Reward Showcase, not the Legacy Tour. Yeah, there we go. Gonna get a taste of this vehicle here, the 2018 Dodge Challenger SRT Demon. I think it's like the one thing I probably need to do maybe this weekend. Actually, I only have this weekend because next weekend it's gonna be holiday business. So yeah, I need to like run out to the store and just grab like wrapping paper and maybe some more gift wrap supplies. Thankfully, most of my shopping shouldn't be too bad. I'm probably gonna get like a lot of gift cards. Yeah, like physical gifts are kind of mostly for the kids. Gotta love the likes of Moonpig that do customized presents and stuff. I swear it gets more expensive each year. Hey, it's all about, you know, artists getting paid what they're worth, right? If they're putting out some good quality stuff, then sure, yeah. Probably deserve to get more for what they're giving to people, right? That's how it goes, right? It's like quality and price. It's the triangle thing. Good, quick, cheap, pick two. If it's gonna be good and cheap, it probably won't be quick. Although I guess in this case it would just have to be just good, right? Because it's not good. It probably won't be cheap, and it probably won't be quick either. Can't rush art. As the old saying goes, haste makes waste. Got one with my Fursona on for my BF. Ooh, that's cool. Little personalized card. I do like those. Just a one-in-a-kind to let your loved ones know they're also one of a kind. You know, it was like a thing I didn't realize was a tradition until I was like much older. The idea of like a family holiday newsletter. I think it's mostly because my family never did that. We never sent out letters about our family and what we're doing. I don't know. It felt like self-centered, I guess. Like, stuff I do, I don't feel like is that important enough to just like, you know, let people know, hey, this is what I've been up to. And it's like mostly probably stuff that would fly through in and out like other people's ears anyway. Oh yeah, I did some more, you know, programming work. I went to school and did classes, went up a grade, got awards and stuff. Hooray! Oh yeah, that's proper old school. Yeah, like man, yeah, one of my like yeah, it's like my in-laws. I guess I wouldn't say aunts and uncles-in-law. I think is the proper term. But yeah, when they sent us like letters like that in the mail, I was like, ah, I didn't realize that, right? And of course, you gotta like get the photos with the family photo with everyone, you know, the entire family, and maybe pets if they have them, everything. You get those letters that would be all rubbing it in everyone's face what they've done and been up to. Yeah, it felt very self-congratulatory, right? Almost felt like a case of one-upmanship, like almost implicitly going, yeah, our year ruled. Hopeful. How's yours, right? Kind of just handing the mic over, like expecting like a pre-mic drop or something. It was, yeah. Still find it weird, but you know, it's I guess it's mostly because I'm like on good terms with most of my family. It's like I'm not too chuffed by it. I guess another thing that kind of threw me was if it's not a letter, it's at least like a postcard. We'll get like postcards in the mail that would just be like wishing everyone happy holidays, and again, everyone would be in their best dress, and you know, just quick message like wishing everyone the best for the holidays. Again, not something I do because it's like, I don't know. Mostly what I usually do is just like go on the social media, post a link to like Chiron Beta Prime or something like that, and like, happy holidays, enjoy the festivities, and you know, time with your loved ones and all that. Ooh, let's finish. I used to dread that trip to the photographer for the Christmas picture with the ugly Christmas jumpers. I think I actually did that when I was like very, very young. We never really did do that again. Mostly because my parents would usually like literally take pictures of us anywhere else. Guess having a professional picture kind of really didn't need it. Yeah, that was like the other thing I don't miss. Smile and you're just dead inside. Exactly. You know, you gotta stand there for like hours in this really stuffy, itchy, uncomfortable clothes. You know, when you're a kid, that don't feel great, and you know, you gotta wait because you know the photographers got to get their stuff set up, and your parents want everything just right. Yeah, it's like was the one SNL skit kind of made fun of that, where it was more about kind of showed with the other side of photos you don't see, all the setup and stuff, with all the kids whining about how the clothes don't feel great, and the parents are like, just bear with it. Honestly, the worst part about that is that at the family gatherings, my parents would still make us dress up. We had to do the dress pants and the dress shirt and everything, and the worst part is all my cousins would be there, and guess what they were wearing? Fucking sweaters, fucking jeans, fucking the comfiest clothes available, and here I am dressed up like a goddamn doll because my parents want to parade me around like a trophy. Thankfully they eased up like when I got older. Maybe they just, I don't know. maybe they got talked about it, or they're just like giving us more freedom as we got older. Very tiny amount, of course, but Grin and bear it. and my cousin and me would be fighting like Red Rag and a bull. Red Rag to a bull, right? That would be the other thing. You know, hey kids, they got a lot of energy and they kind of want to let it out, but anytime we did that, parents would kind of go, why did you go run around? Why did you be like a major disruption? How dare you make me look bad? Didn't think much of it then, except like a deep sense of shame, but looking back, it's like, man, they really didn't want us to be kids, huh? They just wanted us to be like little people they could point at and go, hey, look at these wonderful folks. Now praise me for gifting the world them. You show me up like that again and I'll clout you one, right? Think everything's like a slight against them. It's like, no, I was bored out of my mind and I was really antsy, and you know, the other kid wanted to have some fun. Why wouldn't I indulge them? Right now, at the very least, if you think like things are getting out of line, could at least, you know, try to maybe stop things there and then, right? I feel like that's a thing that's like becoming a bit more accepted. It's like, yeah, if the kid maybe is acting out of line, you just try to reprimand them, right? Don't go overboard with it, but you know, just try to calm them down, right? My nan did that once to me and my cousin in the supermarket. We were proper fighting over who was pushing the trolley, so she backhanded a pair of us in front of everyone. Ow! Yeah, and I think that's the part where it might be... Yeah. I mean, clearly, maybe something needed to be done, but that would be like the thing where maybe... That would be the thing where maybe you should just be like, take them out, right? Your plans would obviously have to be interrupted, but yeah, just remove them from the premises and you know, find another way to do it. Always World War III between the two of us. I get that feel. Sometimes when you're adult, you don't realize kids will make a big deal out of things that we don't perceive as being extremely important, but to them this is like the biggest thing ever, and you just kind of have to roll with it, right? Don't try to minimize their feelings, but gotta teach them how to regulate it. I think that's what I hear a lot. Just gotta help them regulate their emotions. Help them, you know, express themselves in ways that are not harmful to others and not detrimental to themselves and others. Yeah, when I was a kid with my siblings, there's like a particular spoon that we would always try to fight over. Because it was like a unique spoon. It was like a more unique design than the rest of them, and yes... Well, one of my siblings would always try to lay claim to it because they absolutely wanted it. Why? Because, you know, it was the most important spoon in the world, clearly. But yeah, that was like the biggest deal, and I remember we had a lot of tussles over that. But yeah, this also goes hand in hand with the you know, who gets to push the trolley, right? Seems like a thing that might not, most of us won't pay any mind to, but to those kids, it's the moment, it's the most important thing in the moment. They gotta be the one to do it, and yeah, just have to handle it one way or another. Yeah, it took me years to get out of the mind phase. Yeah. I get that feel. Something I still try to tussle with sometimes. Like, you know, sometimes I gotta remember that, hey, everyone else is like a part of this too, and I can't bog it down for them. Only child syndrome. See, I had siblings, so I didn't really quite get hit with that. Yeah. That's all to say that most of my shopping is probably be easily accomplished. I just need to run out to the store this weekend and just like pick a lot of stuff up, and the rest of the stuff I can get shipped. Right? I think if I like order it within the next day or so, I could probably get it shipped to my place before I have to do my holiday tripping. I need to do my big booze shop soon. Aw, yeah. Need to get that stocked up. Oh yeah, we can just continue. Alright. Showcase is done. We got that out of the way. Now we're going to start the tours proper. Time for Retro Tuners. Let's see our presentation here. Not cheap buying booze for gifts. Oh yeah, for sure. You don't want to skimp on that. They will know. People who get it, you give it to, will know. See, retro initial D. Oh my god, initial D was like all the rage back when I was in grade school. 45 pounds for a bottle of whiskey. Yeah. That sounds about right. Just want to let them know you think the best of them. That's what you usually go for, right? Alright, wow. It's all late 80s, early 90s cars. Which one will I pick here? Oh, pretty close within price and performance index as well, so I think this is like mostly a personal choice. I think I'll go with the GT4 RC ST185. Oh, that reminds me, you'll have the first Santa gift card next time you go on Horizon. Oh, yeah. I speaking of Horizon, I actually did play that a little bit earlier today because I was wrapping up the weekly stuff, and oh wow, I really like what they did with the stadium. I mean, sure, it's not a stadium renovation, but it's like a completely new one. Turned it into a winter wonderland place rather nicely, and it has like an original circuit to go with it, which is pretty cool too. And yeah, I do like how they brought back the Secret Santa stuff. I did gift a bunch of my duplicate cars, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, it does have that Lego or Hot Wheels Unleashed vibe, with the way like everything kind of has that prefab look to it, intentionally so. Seems like the kind of thing you would set up and, you know, put on a table to display. Maybe have a few cars here and there, make it look like they're racing. Yeah, it was honestly pretty neat. I mean, I enjoyed it.
The S-curves at Suzuka Circuit are an excellent place to gain serious.
It's certainly a step up from when they kind of plopped down a tree in Mouliget, I think. Yeah, it was pretty cool too. You know, first year, so probably didn't want to ramp things up too much, but yeah. Also, unsurprised that we got the first car. I feel like even 2 years out, probably enough folks out there, and maybe they like undershot their projected targets a little bit, but yeah, I can imagine people just having enough cars to give away to fill up the meter and get that first reward out there. That track is not so fun with a big car with how small it is. Oh yeah, especially with the was it the one car they wanted you to do the weeklies with? Maybe it's like partially my fault because I spec'd out the Porsche to be like a S1 class, but or is it S? Anyways, I spec'd it to be pretty high PI, pretty high class, and it was a lot of going fast and then braking. I guess made for a nice different test of skills. It wasn't just like jam on the accelerator and go nuts. I did a C-Class race on it with my Dodge Coronet Super B, and you know how much of a land barge that is. I think about it, the monthly rival circuit is also on that winter circuit, so that should be fun. Part of me hopes that the icon remains there, like they'll just re-instance the stadium to have the winter aesthetic whenever you pick that track. I hope it's not like a temporary race. Then again, given like the PR stunts that they had temporary or remain temporary, even though they do bring it back every now and then, I wouldn't hold my breath. Though part of me wishes they would do like circuits for the other holidays. Give me like a Halloween circuit or an Easter circuit or even like a summer bash circuit. That would be pretty cool. I heard it's going to be there every winter. That makes sense. I guess they're preparing to just like for it to go into sort of like a maintenance mode once they finally start ramping up for the next horizon. They'll just have your regular rotating yearly things like Animal Crossing style. That'd actually be pretty cool if they did that. Gotta be better than that awful summer party that was just a reskin of the stunt park. That was a bit of a shame. I was hoping for something more summery, but just plastered palm trees everywhere and called it a day. Ooh, I did like the treasure hunt challenge. That felt like a bit more unique than the things they usually ask you for. I guess I mostly liked it because they didn't require you to have a specific car. They just require you to go from point to point. So I guess it was more of a soft restriction, but it was nice that you just got to use whatever you want to kind of accomplish what the treasure hunt wanted you to do. Personally, I'd have it focused on Playa Azul with the beach being there. That is a good point, and I totally agree with you there. Why not have a summer bash on the beach? It's what it's there for. Like they could have like a giant bonfire and maybe grills and stuff, and I guess they would have to section that off though, because they wouldn't want to put that all out in the open for cars to smack into. I don't know, just imagining in my head a car just like hitting the bonfire and the cool visual effect that would happen from that. And it would be so cool, but so unrealistic, not like Horizon is focused on realism. Hopefully New Year will be better than the last one with those lanterns around Guanajuato. I'm so looking forward to the Dragon Drone Show. Oh yeah. It's gonna be fun. And the best part was like the lanterns didn't even float. It's kind of like someone just like stuck them in midair. Like someone took like a nail, put it in the air, and then hung a lantern on it. And it used to be a permanent thing with the drones. Yes, give us some more flashy shows. It just would just fit. Because the Horizon Festival is all about spectacle anyway. Might as well increase it. They did it for Rally Adventure. Wouldn't be too bad to kind of port it back into the main area, right? I can see that drones kind of doing different styles of shows for the different events too. Like you can imagine winter, it does more like, you know, snow related stuff, and then Halloween would just like do more spooky related stuff, and summer would have its own set of drone movements, and so on and so forth. They did it for the neon lights too. Yeah. Oh, what we can do is hope, right? Just vroom vroom. Hello, Godfather 154. How are you doing? Let us be in charge. Indeed. Maybe that'll be thing for Horizon 6. Just you get to decide the visual designs of all the festival outposts as well. As superfluous as a feature that would be, I'd soon whip the playlist into shape. Fortunately, I think like the current format of the playlist is here to stay. It's gonna be a laundry list of tasks you need to do. You got 1 week to do all of them, and if you do enough of them, you'll get your reward cars. Thankfully, they've remained giving you a bit of a leeway for both for the targets. I'm a Vrooman. How are you? I am doing quite well. My week has been it's been a good week. Yeah, it's not much more I can say about that. Nothing catastrophic happens, so that's always a plus. It's been a routine week, you know, things get done, and more things need to be done. I am prepping for the holidays. Copy and paste boring. You know what, yeah, definitely agree with you there. Though you know, once this game once Horizon kind of enters its maintenance phase, they'll probably rotate, you know, through old playlists. Maybe have a token change or two here and there, but yeah, it feels like it might be winding down. Same as with Forza Horizon 4 did, best of and start the backstage pass. Ooh, yeah, that would be a good start. Give people a chance to get those old exclusive cars that they might have missed out on before, like me last season. I got too lazy and did not get one of the exclusive cars there, so you always be that hole in the garage until they offer it up again. Which one? I cannot say off the top of my head. I think it was like the second reward of the third season. Yeah, because last season was the one where all the reward cars were exclusive, so that was a little annoying. Most of the time, the reward cars are the exclusive ones are only like the halfway reward, and then the 100%. I guess not 100, but it's like more like the second reward is hard to find, which, you know, is a hard to find, but not impossible. So you don't have to worry too much about going out of your way to get that if you don't want to. Yeah, that was like actually a strategy of my siblings, because They always go, yeah, I usually just aim for the 20-point car because that's the one that's exclusive. And you know what? Fair. Right. Sometimes just do as much as you can. Helps that they added a lot to the auto show. Ah, that's good. That is good. Funny thing about the auto show is that like I still have the one free car voucher that they gave right when you got like the super duper limited edition way back at the start. My plan was to like use that on like the most expensive car, but I think by the time I got all the cars but the most expensive car, I had enough credits to just buy the car anyway, so I decided to just buy the car. Nah, I just got like the free car voucher just kind of sitting in my inventory. It's like, well, don't know what I'll use it on. The prices are just not realistic. It does feel like that. That would be the Mercedes SLK, that 30s one, indeed. Yeah. Many mil, but granted, I played that game quite a bit. So, building up a bank account, not too hard. Like even the things that might have been a money sink aren't really anymore. It's like, hey, I need a car with a certain grade. All right, I'll go find a tune. Oh, what, you want me to pay 100,000 credits for the parts? Yeah, sure, I'll do it. There you go, ka-ching. Move on with my day. I'm glad I got it as a seasonal, so I didn't have to shell out 145 mil at the auction house. Yeah, that would. I think I actually like messed with the auction house early on, mostly to get like the Forza Edition cars that were, you know, just that I wouldn't be able to get any other way, or I would have to like rely on copious amounts of luck to grab. I've actually just been letting wheel spins accumulate too. I think I got like over 100 regular and super wheel spins. Just going through them would be time consuming, and you know, like 95% of the rewards would just be either credits or things I already have. I'm sure I would like wheel spin so many times I would get a notification that'd be like, yeah, you've gifted enough cars, you've been way too generous, take a break a little bit, come back a little later, and then you can start gifting again. Can get some easy money if you sell the Aventador SVJ. The base price for a stock one is still 20 mil. Ooh. I do remember the one time, I think I was kind of trying to keep a tab on prices. This was before I was drowning in credits. So I made sure to see which cars would sell for a pretty penny on the auction house, and then I would put it up. And I'd go back and see, oh hey, notification. Oh, my car was already bought by someone who decided to just pay the max price, like right out the gate. Alright, cool. My job here is done. And just with a whisk of my cape, I walk away. Even the likes of the Toyota AE86 is around 15 to 20 mil because it's not in the auto show. Ooh.
Well done. P1.
I gotta admit, I probably just like already gave away some of those super rare cars, only because what I've been doing is just like go to gifts and then filter out duplicates and just like try to give away as many duplicates as I can before I either grow bored or the game says stop. figured, hey, if maybe if I don't get anything from it, maybe someone else will, right? You just imagine someone else just like getting that car in the barn and be like, oh my god, I gotta sell this and make bank. And good for them. I went through all that to get the rarest cars in Forza Horizon 4. 2 years of searching for it. Goddamn. Like a white whale. But you know what? It all pays off in the end, right? When you finally get it and you finally get your hands on it, like, just get to look upon the fruits of your labor. Proper unicorn. If I remember correctly, Forza used to call like their super duper ultra rare cars unicorn cars, right? That was like in the old days of motorsport. Christmas Day of all times for me to log in there was a proper Christmas present. Yeah. Yeah, they did. Okay, yeah.
Work will not be a problem.
I mean, it's probably a fitting name for them because, well, they're going to be like super rare. You're rarely going to see them, and well, if you're not around to acquire them when they're being given out, probably not going to get another shot unless you work your butt off for someone else's copy. Had some choice cars in those early Horizon games. I still remember the giant APC in 3. Only because it's like might have been the most memorable race I had in that game. I just remember setting that up and setting the vehicle, and all my friends are going, oh my god, I can't believe we're actually going to drive in this. I can't believe this vehicle is in the game. And we all just had like a good laugh as we were driving those giant things down the track. For that super rare one in Forza Horizon 4, you had to rank the Grandmaster and online rank to get it? Oh, jeez. So that would be a car that would just be, forever elusive, because, yeah, ain't no way I'm gonna be able to hit Grandmaster in ranked. The Pterodyne Gierka? Yeah, that one. I'm a little disappointed that it hasn't come back. We need more things like that. I mean, don't get me wrong, we got things like, giant vans and truck cabs and Jeeps and what have you, but I do miss some of the other out there vehicles they had. I missed the Bowler EXR from Forza Horizon 4. That was a choice off-roader. Yeah, several vehicles there that probably wish would come back. Like, I know there's like not even a snowball's chance in hell that we'll ever get it back, but I want the Final Fantasy 15 car back. I want that back. Yeah, the Quartz Regalia Type D. I want that. Just because the entire novelty of it all, a goddamn Final Fantasy car. And of course, the license ran out, and then they had to change the skill grid to not give out the other type of car in the Regalia skill grid as well. It's like, very much a you had to be there moment. Oh yeah, I was gonna bring up the Cyberpunk car. Yeah, the Quadra Turbo R from Cyberpunk. Yeah, it was fun too. Makes me a little bummed that, apart from the Warthog, we haven't really had, like, any crossover vehicles. Well, I mean, unique crossover vehicles, because we did have, like, branded crossover vehicles, like, the Barbie ones. But, things like the Regalia and the Quadra Turbo R, we didn't really get some equivalent to that. Well, I guess when you think about it, we didn't really have any games with, like, as iconic as a car as those two. We need the James Bond car pack again. Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Kind of funny how it came out in the game that would take place in the UK. I'm pretty sure that's like probably the big reason they went for that. You know, apart from probably a James Bond movie coming out around that time as well. But nah, instead we get Fast X. Aw, yeah. We didn't even get like a promotional game to go with it. Could you imagine if they did like a Fast X game? Just think of some crazy reason Fast and Furious gang needs to be in Mexico. That would be pretty funny. Ooh, and they could bring back the nitrous mechanic for the first time since Forza Horizon 2. Enough with the fast films. Let it die already. Hollywood won't let franchises die off anymore. Yeah, that's always been a thing. We're just taking greater note of it. But yeah, I feel like at some point, the Fast series won't be able to hit that spectacle creep that that people will probably expect from it, and you know the only thing that's going to stop that series is going to be like one that tanks, which is going to be a shame, right? You always wish these series would get a send off, at least get let people put a bow on it, but nah, it's like I gotta keep them bringing back because money. We want that money, even if we gotta compromise story for it. A film car pack or a concept car pack would be welcomed. Ooh, something like the Legends pack from Burnout Paradise. Give us just like cars that are maybe not the vehicles from the particular movies, but close enough that you're like, oh yeah. It's totally based off of that. 10 is far too many films. Yeah, I do feel like that. We're hitting like Land Before Time levels of hey, maybe we could pump the brakes on it. I wonder if there's like a meter for just like squeezing money out of franchises. Would probably go something like, I don't know, start with like a 2-film series, and then you go to a trilogy, and you probably go to something like Toy Story or Pirates of the Caribbean, right? They had films that tried to end, right, to try to put a nice bow on everything, but then they kept going. And then probably after that would be the Fast series and maybe the Saw series. And maybe on the extreme end would be like the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Even Cars is getting a 4th. Yeah. Like you think 3 would have been like a nice place to keep it, but nah, we're getting Cars 4. Like what the heck? Almost a bit of a shame too, because I know Pixar put out like an original film like not too long ago, like Elemental. Apparently, it's like actually pretty decent. Nothing amazing, but it's like a good one. And started off not doing too great, but I guess word of mouth helped it get it to a decent level. 3 is a nice round number for a franchise, right? It's all about the trilogy. But even that kind of is subject to creep as well, right? You get the standalone film, it's like does well, self-contained tale, and then you get like the second film in the series, it's all cool and stuff. You're like, all right, more, and it helps maybe doesn't quite tell its own standalone tale, right? Ends on a note, maybe doesn't even end sometimes. All the setup for the third film, which again tries to put a nice bow on everything, but yeah, that's the thing I don't like. And it feels like a lot of trilogies do that, where the first work will usually tell a complete tale, and if that's all you ever read, you'd be cool with it. And then the second one always seems to end on like a cliffhanger. Like, see, Pirates of the Caribbean, Halo, Modern Warfare, even Star Wars, I think. You could probably think of others. Mind you, Friday the 13th had 10 films, and I think people were kind of complaining about stagnation in that series too, right? Yeah. It started getting kind of nuts after. Well, I can't really say because I don't have like my finger on the pulse of that franchise, but I'm sure. I like almost certain that people said that was subject to maybe plot creep and as well. Yeah, trilogy. Then you got the prequel. Oh yeah, here's an origin story for somebody. Right, could be the villain, could be one of the other characters, could be like the previous generation of the crew, whatever. Yeah, then the remake, most of the time, will probably just have a title, and then comes the multiverse. Yeah. Oh man, that reminds me of my favorite thing ever. I remember the Dark Universe. I don't think many people do, but it was supposed to be a thing that started with was it the Mummy remake? Because I remember they were making a big deal about it. It's like, yeah, we're gonna have the Mummy here, and then we're gonna reach out to like other sorts of horror classics like Invisible Man and among other things. They even set up a Twitter page and everything, and the only post that the Twitter page ever had was "Witness the start of a new universe," and you saw like all the people they would have had in that just sitting on the couch, and that's it. That's all you ever saw of the Dark Universe. I've seen some like growing resentment about that. Right, seems like every movie that comes out has to be some sort of part of a greater universe, right? You can't just have the standalone film that tells its own story. You gotta hint at something greater. You gotta have everything connected somehow. It's like they all kind of want that flash of thunder that the MCU managed to capture, but they want to have their cake and eat it too. And maybe they don't realize that maybe people are kind of... They already hit a peak, right? That whole thing already hit a peak with Avengers Endgame. People are even saying it feels like the MCU is kind of spinning its wheels post Endgame. I think Terminator has run its course too. Oh. Yeah, it kind of did. I remember watching Salvation like a zillion years ago, and I wasn't too impressed by that. I heard that video game that came out recently was like surprisingly good, though. It was like made by the same people who did the RoboCop one that came out even more recently. Only because it was a video game form, so you'll probably be more engaged with it, and they did a pretty good job of faithfully capturing the mood and the feel and everything of the respective properties. It's official. We're all sick to death of superhero films. Or at least the style of movie that the MCU does, where it's all about the wisecracking superheroes who kind of treat everything super casually, and everyone's a smart aleck, and you gotta have all the crazy crossovers and stuff. I think the thing with the films too is like it was pretty fun when you only had like several to go through, but now you have the movies, you gotta like keep up with the TV shows as well, and probably other supplementary material, and it's a lot to take in, a lot of catch up, and you're kind of overwhelming everyone, right? It's like people saw the doing well and they didn't think maybe there was a saturation point. Like, Like, the limit was probably hit when people started putting out lists of, okay, here are the essential movies you need to watch to understand these other movies. Oh my god. It's like, it kind of like emulates comic books in that way, doesn't it? Where a comic book might have like something that happens in a little yellow box in the corner. It's like, if you want to see the fine details about it, pick up this issue in this other series. It's like, oh man, the archive panic. It's setting in super hard. For me, the first one is the best and the scariest.
Grand Oak is 100% racer friendly. Each turn has some amount of banking to allow you to maximize your speed, so be on that throttle early and often.
Yeah, I guess that's like kind of one of the things about Marvel, right? It's like the comics books, they cover a wide variety of things, and you know, the more you kind of hit the big name ones, you start digging in there. But even then, you know, even if they try to make a movie for all the characters, there's inevitably going to be those that get passed over for one reason or another. Gonna be a bit of a shame. I only know Marvel because of Marvel Superheroes on PlayStation 1 that got me into X-Men. I think the animated series of X-Men was so good. I was gonna say, well, my first exposure to X-Men was actually the TV show. I think it aired on Fox Kids here. That rockin' intro. I still remember the riff of it to this day, right? It's like da 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 da. Da, 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 da. There's no reason for a theme to go as hard as it did. Went about as hard as the Spider-Man animated series from around that same era. I'd actually put that Spider-Man theme above the other one, the old classic. Look out! Here comes the Spider-Man. That one's catchy too, but the other one just feels like 90s hardcore in a way that I dug, and still kind of do. Had such a huge crush on Rogue. Oh yeah, definitely remember that. Old childhood crushes on characters. Oh, the OG Fantastic Four show. I do recall that as well. I think that was like around the same time as the X-Men and Spider-Man animated series. I think the one I remember the most is the one where Ghost Rider just like suddenly shows up and Deus Ex Machinas the whole situation for the Fantastic Four. Kind of just like came in, fixed everything, and then they pieced right out. And then I remember, was it the guy who voiced Ghost Rider in that particular instance? That one time they brought him back to voice Ghost Rider in Marvel vs. Capcom 3. I just thought that was such a deep pull and such a cool thing to do. It's like, yeah, hey, yeah, you voiced Ghost Rider, like, 20 years ago. You want to do it again? And I was like, yeah, I'll do it. One series I did really enjoy was the animated series of Spawn. Oh, I don't think I ever watched that. Then again, I don't think my parents would have allowed me to watch that. How was that, if you don't mind me asking? I imagine it's probably edgy in all the ways that would make it popular with the kids. All hardcore and stuff. Look at this guy, he's big and he's buff and, you know, he's all covered in black and everything. It's the epitome of cool to a kid. Loved it. The art style was great. That is good to hear. Yeah, a super huge cloak of his and the chains and all that. Like I said, very definition of edge. He's so hardcore. I'd admit, kid me probably would have been interested in Spawn 2. I think the closest I got to Spawn was Soul Cal 2 on the Xbox. Even then, I didn't play it that much because, you know, I preferred Soul Cal 2 on GameCube because GameCube version had Link, and, well, how could you not say no to Link? Even the live action film was a blast to watch, even though the CGI was pretty bad by today's standards. Well, it's a product of its time, right? Like, sure, we might look back and go, huh, yeah, that doesn't look great, but you can imagine, like, back when it first released, it was probably the coolest thing ever. Like, I remember as a kid me watching Reboot and thinking, oh boy, look at that whole computer animated show, this is so cool. This is gonna be like the future of animation and all that. Of course, I look at it these days and like, you know, it probably looked good for its time, right? Or, The Adventures of Johnny Quest. Remember that, when they had the Quest World stuff? And they would all go 3D and stuff when they entered it. I remember being so entranced, I was like, oh man, just imagine all the dangers virtual reality will possess, and, well, it didn't quite happen like that. It was different kinds of dangers, but yeah. Certainly not going to be a case of, oh, you'll be trapped in the virtual world or anything like that. Every kids show now seems to be all CGI. Cell animation seems to be a forgotten art. Yeah, and even those that are like kind of 2D animated, like, you know, kind of use like you know, they use some help from computers to animate stuff. But yeah, the whole thing where you hand draw each cell, it's not something you see too often these days. Probably like mostly independent films. I certainly get why. Stuff is time consuming and yeah. You can find some way to kind of like, you know, ease the burden on the people who have to actually hand draw the stuff, and that's usually helpful. The issue is, like, you know, people will see that and go, yeah, okay, so you can do this work quicker, why don't you do, like, more of it? Instead of going, ah, great, maybe you could just, like, take it a little easier. Studio Ghibli films are always a joy to look at art-wise. That they are. Spectacle in both, you know, still visuals and animation. I remember the first one I watched, like, a long time ago, Spirited Away. I was like, a long time ago. I remember just being entranced by both the animation and the story. It's not like something you see all the time. My first was My Neighbor Totoro. Ooh. that's a fun one. I don't know. Guess the one other thing that people will bring up in context of Ghibli is like how was it the Nausicaa film when it first came out kind of got like butchered by the people who got it first, to the point where Ghibli was like, yeah, we're not gonna let people handle our films anymore. I think like took Disney kind of doing a very intense negotiation, and even then Ghibli was like, no cuts. I think the popular tale that goes around is that they sent a sword, they sent a katana to the studio, said no cuts, and well, I think they stuck to it, right? Like they definitely didn't do anything to them apart from, you know, giving it an English dub, which makes sense. They had a Ghibli season on, and I watched them all. Ooh. Yeah, that would definitely draw the people in. This whole day of Ghibli. You know, like a weekly Ghibli movie just getting put on TV. Of course, being what it was, they probably have to set aside a ton of room, especially if they want to just shove a commercial in there, here and there. I'm assuming no cuts also means they can't cut anything for syndication. So yeah, just set aside a 3-hour block for that film, maybe even 4. Say bye to my DVR hard drive space. Oh man, DVRs. I remember when those used to be the talk of the town. I think the best ones were the ones that would automatically like cut out commercials and just leave you the pure, unfiltered version of the show for you to rewatch. I think companies didn't like that very much. And then we saw the rise of streaming services like Netflix. No longer constrained by hour time slots, no commercials, nothing like that. And then everyone wanted a piece of that pie. Saw so many streaming services come and go. Like, didn't DC Network have one for like a very short period, and then they just folded it all into HBO? And I think some others, like CBS, I think, went through a couple iterations of that. I think, was it we saw CBS All Access, and I think that got changed to something else, and I think they call it Paramount Plus now. It's built into my satellite box, super handy because I put a lot of stuff in Series Link, so while it'll always record it, a lot of them we can't get here without a VPN. Oh man. Well, you do what you gotta do, right? Alright, even Netflix is like become worse. Like, can't even get Peacock. Oh my god. Yeah, that really sucks. Region locking kind of being the one big thing. Like, that was even a thing before Netflix. Like, I know Crunchyroll and Funimation, back when they had a service, kind of had like regional restrictions, but it's like even more evident with all the various ones that you can't get in certain places. Yeah, as I was saying, even Netflix is just like upping prices every now and then, and they did recently their whole password crackdown thing. You can't even share accounts anymore, and that used to be like kind of a way. It was like what everyone did, right? You would get like the one Netflix account, and you would just like share it amongst all your friends and family members because you could. And it helped subsidize costs, but I can't even do that. What the heck? This is on top of offering upping prices and slowly inserting ads, and of course the rotation of the shows, and your favorite ones probably getting canceled out of the blue. Yeah. It's like streaming services are kind of becoming the thing we ran away from TV, and no man, it don't feel great. I've canceled my Netflix. It's just too expensive now each month. Yeah, that probably makes sense. I see a lot of articles doing that. It's like, hey, maybe you should look at some of the subscription services you have and cut a few out that you're not using it anymore. Certainly get that feel. Especially when you look at it over like the course of a year. When you imagine the thing that you're paying like $15 a month for, kind of looking at that angle. Oh, it's, you know, a little pricey, but not so much. But you look at it in the context of a year. It's like $180 a year you're paying for a thing you're not using. Imagine paying. Imagine just like putting $180 in a box and sending it off and not getting anything for it in return. It's like, yeah, that's like $180 you could reclaim there, if you decide to put a lid on it. Pluto TV is a good one, and it's all free. Ooh, I know there's like some free streaming services out there. I think there is one that I saw that has like some really, really old movies on there, and I think it's just like pretty cool. Right, it's like the movies that probably cost peanuts to acquire the rights for, and it's like, yeah, why not? If you got the capability to have it streamed to the world, then let people watch it. A lot of our TV channels have free streaming with adverts, but it's a small price to pay to watch stuff. Yeah, and that's the point where it starts feeling like, you know, the old school TV, because it's like commercials, but I get that feel. I get why they do it. It's just like, it's kind of funny that it came to that, right? Like, yeah, we people moved to streaming services because it was a pure, unrestrained, ad-free space, and now it's kind of like cable now, where you don't get everything in one spot, and there's gonna be ads and you know, everything else about it. Cheeky though, because it'll pause if you switch tabs. Yeah, that's annoying. I hate it. I hate that when you just can't just like do something else while the ad plays out. It's like, no, they want your eyeballs on it at all times. Actually, remember, there's like a small period of time when Twitch was just like giving out bits for a tiny amount of bits if you watched ads, and they had like a similar thing where your window had to be focused in order for like the amount of time watched to count. Otherwise, you'd like come back to it and you see, oh, you still have to watch like 15 seconds of this ad before we give you your small amount of bits. And it wasn't just Twitch too. Like other sites were kind of doing that. It's like, yeah, you get like a little free thing if you watch an ad, but you gotta actually watch it. You can't just go let it play out while you're doing something else. What was like the most annoying ad you've encountered? I think for me, well, you know, the video ads that interrupt streams and you know, YouTube videos sometimes is annoying, but the ones I always hated were back in like the age of pop-ups and before like ad blockers got super sophisticated. You get like the particular ones that would just like completely hijack your mouse. Like there's one I vividly remember of like that kind of like had like a black hole like thing in the middle of the mouse, and if you accidentally moused over the ad, you would see your mouse pointer just like get sucked into the black hole, and it's like, oh man, I didn't want to do that. I gotta try to find out where the pointer is and then continue along with my day. Like, ah. Microsoft like to do that. I play a lot of Mahjong every other game. It's an unskippable ad for a game. Yeah, that gets annoying. I think I had that happen to me with Sonic Rush back when I still played that. You know, you do a run, and then every few runs when you lose, they just switch to an ad and you just have to sit there and wait for it to play out before you could get onto another run. Yeah, want to go ad-free? Click here and get premium. It's like for a small buy-in, we'll stop showing ads. I'm gonna say for like most of them, the premium was maybe 5 to 10. If it wasn't a rolling subscription, it'd be like a one-time purchase of 5 to 10, which is fine because that's usually around the price of those kinds of apps. And they would usually put like something else in there too, like maybe a currency doubler or something like that. So it's not like you were just paying to make ads go bye-bye. I remember back in the day, you get a lot of pop-ups for adult sites all over the screen that would play music and stuff. Oh my god. The ones that would just like randomly open new windows, that was annoying. And yeah, that would just like completely blast out music or just very loud noises. I think that was like the basis of a prank once. Yup, yeah. Yeah, it was like the basis of a prank. Like it was like a particular site you would go onto. You know, you'd think nothing of it, and then suddenly it would just like start screaming, "I'm watching porn!" in a very loud voice, and I hope you didn't have your speakers on for that one. I'm sure there's probably like some kid out there that got caught that way, and it's like, oh, well. Yeah, windows hidden under windows. Yeah, that was also annoying. You see the window pop up, and then you see it disappear, so you have to try to find out which window was that window, and then close it, and then sometimes that would open up another window, or sometimes it just won't even close properly, or sometimes, you know, other things associated with that kind of stuff. It's like, makes me glad that ad blocker is a bit more sophisticated now. Though you gotta be careful. I've heard people recommend you start like shying away from AdBlock Plus because apparently it's not like very effective anymore, so you'd have to try to find a different extension that hasn't been compromised. I used that combined with Privacy Badger. Ah. That actually reminds me, like, way back in the day when, I think I got, like, my first computer, and, you know, I was looking around to see what kind of free antivirus software there were. Did some cross checks, made sure that, you know, everything was on the up and up, and then I picked like the 2 best ones, and then downloaded them, and then, you know, I was telling someone else about that, and they said, "No, wait, you shouldn't do that. You should only have like one antivirus software because, yeah, if you do more than one, then like the definitions get all mixed up and they start clashing with each other sometimes." And of course, you gotta be careful because, you know, there are some ones that are official and on the up and up, but they're not really that good at antivirusing, so gotta pay attention to that too. Saves a lot of headaches on YouTube with those annoying ads. Oh yeah. all free until you go and do a scan and they try to charge you to remove threats. Oh, I've definitely run into those. Where you think you'll get yourself a nice suite, but it's like, alright, we did the scan, but if you want us to do anything about it, gotta get yourself a full version. Used to browse CNET a lot for that sort of stuff. Oh yeah, back when CNET was on the up and up. Rather unfortunate fall it's taken. Like, I remember hearing that, like, a lot of its staff got replaced, and, was it all the articles they put out now are, like, AI generated and stuff? And it's like, oh, man. This is what happens when people who put profit over, you know, principles get a hold of things. They're just like, do not understand why people do thing. They just want you to do a lot of thing and, you know, set lofty targets or turn to more illicit methods to get all the things out there. And it's like, I used to like that. I remember because, what was it? One of the guys I used to listen to who would, like, come on the Giant Bombcast a lot used to work for CNET, and he was, like, a pretty cool dude. And then he left CNET and kind of joined Giant Bomb permanently. Still around that site and the staff. The days of using torrent sites was a godsend when I was getting discographies. Yeah, I remember when my friend brought that up. It's like, oh man, have you heard of this? This one service. What is it called? Kazaa. I remember that. It's like, yeah, you just go on the Kazaa and you type in the song you want, and then you can download the song, get them MP3s, and then burn it to a CD, and boom, your own custom mix right there and then. Thought that was like the coolest thing ever. And it was. Until they started cracking down on it. I think it's like part of the reason why we're in this DCMA nightmare that we're in right now. Where playing the wrong songs will get all the copyright holders breathing down your neck. To the point where games have to include a streamer-friendly mode because, hey, some songs just won't fly because of these regulations, so they gotta compose other tunes. The Pirate Bay! Ah, I remember that too. I think I hit that. I definitely remember my friends mentioning that a lot. In fact, wasn't there like a game that kind of made the circuits, made the rounds there, and to the point where the devs actually just put up like a legit copy on that site, and that was pretty funny. It was like, all right, yeah, sure, we'll just put it on there, so you don't have to worry about getting like the wrong version, wrong virus version, and everything. Had anything and everything. It sure did. Certainly also back in the days when before anime became mainstream and you had to rely on either hitting particular sites or going to your local store and hoping like they were carrying videotapes of a particular series you wanted. Yeah. I remember when I visited my cousin way back in the day and they said, "Hey, you want to watch this cool series called Trigun?" And they just like stuck in a tape and were like, "Yeah, let's watch Trigun." And it was pretty cool. I'd admit, it was pretty cool. I think another method we had was the one. We're gonna swing back around to holiday gatherings because I think that was also my introduction to Full Metal Alchemist. I think one of my cousins had like a couple episodes on their laptop and were like, "Hey, you want to watch a series called Full Metal Alchemist? It's like pretty cool." And so they showed the first few episodes to us and was like, yeah, you know what? That was pretty cool. It was the first series, if you were wondering. It was the first Full Metal Alchemist series, not Brotherhood. Yeah, I remember my siblings got like super into FMA after that. But yeah, these days you don't have to worry about, you know, just hitting up that video store on that one shopping strip or in that mall as much, because you do have like services like Crunchyroll and High Dive kind of putting out a lot of those shows out for streaming. Granted, it's not perfect, right? Because eventually those licenses are going to run out and they'll leave those platforms, but it's what we got. And it's not to say that they remain there. Like, some of the bigger series I know will get like a physical release somewhere or another. Although some of them won't. I think I'm personally waiting for Little Witch Academia, the animated series, to get a physical release. Maybe Agretzko as well. I don't know. I'd be willing to get that, but guessing it would be a loss for Netflix, because oh man, they won't go to Netflix anymore for Little Witch Academia and Agretzko. And like, it's been long enough. Let us get physical copies, please. Do you remember FF Shrine at Galbadia Hotel, the best site for getting game and anime soundtracks? Oh boy, do I ever. Like, they didn't even have, you know, it wasn't just Final Fantasy games. They had, like, for a lot. Yeah, I remember that. Oh boy. I think I listened to quite a few soundtracks from there. I think thankfully some companies are also releasing like game soundtracks, so it's kind of like a standalone release as well. So if you really like a game's music, you can grab it. Most of the time, you can also get like, you know, a downloadable version. You can download the MP3s and keep them forever. I remember getting a lot of game soundtracks when I was when I was earliest able to. Like, I remember there was like, I forget which site had it, but they actually did like a bunch of game music bundles. I remember getting a lot of those because, hey, there's like a couple of soundtracks in there from games that I liked and the music was cool. I'll get the rest of them. Why not? I had to look around and see if I can still get access to them. Ah, you found their archive. Ah, nice. There's actually one service I kind of regret not going hard into. And it's one, like, I imagine people might not remember. It's like a footnote of history. Anyone remember Indie Royale? Indie Royale, it was kind of like Humble Bundle. Back when it was like Humble Indie Bundle. It would like give out the occasional bundle filled with games. You would, you know, pay them out, get a series of games, and then you could download them at your convenience. And I remember getting like a couple of like Indie Royale bundles, and I did redeem like a few keys from bundles here and there. The unfortunate thing about Indie Royale is I think like the original group that ran those like went out of business, and then Indie Royale got picked up by another company, and they kept saying that, yeah, we'll put something back up for everyone who purchased, so everyone who purchased bundles could get back at their keys, but I don't think anything's come of it. So most of those are essentially lost to the ether now. Bit of a shame. Not heard of that one before. Yeah, I'm not too surprised by that. It was like, you know, not as big as Indie Bundle. I think the game bundles they did have weren't like, you know, quite as high profile, so I certainly get it, but yeah. Yeah, it just makes me wish I'd been more diligent about just like redeeming every key, or at least as many as possible. Well, at least Humble Bundle is still around. Well, it's certainly a much different beast than what it used to be. Like, I do remember when it way first came out, and again, it was called Humble Indie Bundle. Yeah, it's more about the indie games. But nowadays, they kind of have a little bit of everything. They still have indie games, but they also have a lot of the big retail games as well, and even Nintendo Switch games. You can get keys for Nintendo Switch games on that site. Kind of nuts. On my first PC, I used to use that download feature that Windows Media Player had when you could search for songs and stuff. Oh, man. I wish I'd taken more advantage of that. I think I might have... I forget which program it was, but I think I mainly used it to, like, maybe find some sort of album art to attach to a particular song that didn't have, like, an album art attached to it. That was, like, my extent of using it. You remember Winamp? I remember when that was like the raddest thing ever. Especially when you got those visualizers going on with the music and you're like, oh man, look at these scenes that's kind of like, you know, being generated by the music. Absolutely wild. I wonder if that was like the basis for games like Beat Hazard and Audio Surf. It's like, oh man, if you could like just create a visual spectacle on its own with music, what if you could just like create entire gameplay things from it? I remember I used to love those a lot back when I had like, you know, when I cared about massive music collections. I was just like, hey, why don't I load up a video game track here and see what kind of level gets generated from it? Ah, man. I think Beat Hazard is on to like its third game. I think Audio Surf 2 came out like a little while back. Spaceship 1 is great. It has obstacles that appear in time to the beat. Yeah! And all the flashes and the visual effects too. And the way your weapon's power kind of corresponded to the intensity of the music. So if it got to a quiet part, you would have to like ease up, slow down a little bit, and once it hits the intense part, you had to really lay it on and just like let loose all your weapons. I'm surprised they got like 3 games out of that. Because, you know, where do you go from, hey, we're going to make levels out of your music? Where do you go from there? I thought like Beat Hazard 2 was already kind of pushing it, but they made Beat Hazard 3. I'm like, wow. Winamp is still good. Ah, that's good to hear. It's like old reliable. I bet people are still like making visualizers for it too. My main music player is Music B. I've not heard of that. Is that like a website or kind of like a downloadable program, downloadable app, I guess they would call it these days? Cheetah. It's on the Microsoft Store now. Downloadable. Okay, okay. So yeah, it's like an app thing. All right. We'll give that a look-see. Still have all that music. It would be pretty cool to run it through there. Honestly, it's been a while since I just like loaded a bunch of music into a playlist and just kind of jammed out to it. Uses a lot less resources than Spotify. Oh man, that's a big plus right there. Hey, it was really funny. I never got into Spotify. It's kind of funny because I remember people would always talk about it. People I would on streams, a couple of my friends, I think some of my cousins too. But I never took on. I don't know why. I would always just like get MP3 albums and just download that and make my own playlist and just use like the Windows Media, generic ass Windows Media player to just play all the music, and it was usually satisfying enough for me. It was either that or put all the music on my phone and then make playlists there and then listen to it there. That was back when I used to travel a lot more, so I would have like more reason to play a lot of music on the go because I needed it to not be bored out of my skull. That's what I do when I play Farm Sim. Just stick on my best of the best playlist and rock out while farming. Yeah, sounds like a good thing to do. Something to help you go through the tasks. Help you kind of ease the motion, going through the motions, right? The free version can be annoying with the adverts. Right, yeah, I remember. I think like a couple SNL skits kind of made a play on it, right? You had like a limited number of skips where you could like skip whatever track was playing at the moment, but once you ran out of those, you would just have to listen to whatever Spotify threw at you. And also annoying was like, you would go through the music you wanted to listen to, and then it would start just queuing up additional music that you never wanted, but they think you might want. And it's like, no, I just want to listen to the music I want to listen to. I don't want to be shown anything else at the moment. It's like on one thing, it can be nice for discovery, but on the other hand, it's like, nah, I don't want to discover. I just want to listen to the tunes I know and love. I used to use iTunes a lot too, but now I just use it for updating my iPod. Oh my god, yeah, that was like my main way of kind of doing music related stuff with the iPod or iPhone that I have. Used that to kind of transfer music to and fro, and I actually looked a little bit into how to like get a custom ringtone on there. It's actually pretty cool. I did it exactly once, and I have stuck with that ringtone for, I want to say, almost a decade now. I still enjoy it. I've not switched it out. Maybe I should just like start up iTunes for kicks. Although I think I read somewhere that they deprecated iTunes or something like that. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm just like misremembering something. So I kept on telling myself that I would like put in a custom text sound, right? The little sound that plays when you get a text. I wanted to have a custom sound for that, but I never changed it from the default one. Even though I went through all the trouble for getting a custom ringtone, never put in the effort to get a custom text sound to go with it. I used to love hooking my iPod into my Xbox 360. I charge it while I listen to music playing Forza. Oh, the wonder of interconnectivity that they allowed all the way back. That was back when Xbox allowed you to like put custom soundtracks in certain games. Like what was it? That one Space Invaders game that actually utilized that? It was Infinity Gene. Yeah, I remember Space Invaders Infinity Gene. Infinity Gene. Man, that was an absolute trip. I think there was like a particular forum I went to. One of the members there recommended to me. He was like, "Oh man, this game is nuts," and it is. And sadly, I don't think they've re-released it. Like it's still stuck on the 360 PS3, which is a bit of a shame because I think like they did a Space Invaders compilation some time back, if not recently, which brought back a bunch of other Space Invaders games. But Infinity Gene still remains like an elusive one. It was kind of a shame because it kind of did the most to shake up the old Space Invaders formula. Yeah, it was a godsend doing that for custom themes for my created wrestlers on the WWE games. Oh boy, I could see how it would be an absolute boon there, man. Just get the right MP3 in there and you know, make your entrance the coolest thing ever. Oh, I get that. I absolutely get that. Oh, I think it was on was it the PS3? The one, I think it was like one version of Hatsune Miku Project Diva that allowed you to like do custom beat maps for MP3 songs. That was like pretty cool. I admit I didn't like go too much into detail about it, but I do remember seeing people kind of show off certain things. You know, showing off their own created beat maps and songs, and yeah, you could even do like you could even like, you know, customize the Vocaloid's dance moves with it, which was like unprecedented for that time. Sadly, a thing they have not brought back. Sephiroth's theme from Advent Children, that makes a great entrance theme. Oh yeah, imagine the guitar going off while the Latin chanting also goes off. Certainly gives your character an appropriate amount of menace. Bonus points if you give him like a long coat or something like that. Oh, I went too fast into that turn. I think there were like certain games too that also allowed you to just import image files. Like I remember certain, I think it was like WWE games and maybe certain sports games too that will allow you to like take a picture of your face and then upload it to a service, and you could like just you know, download that to the game and use that as like your face model. And I guess part of me just remembers the times when it went horribly wrong. That was always funny. But when it went right, it went pretty right. Anything from Devil May Cry works as well. I'd say anything from like the Devil May Cry series in general probably works. 2 would go pretty hard, but you know, you put in something like Devil Trigger or Buried Alight, right? Just imagine just imagine a wrestler coming out to "I am the storm that is approaching." That would be pretty epic, right? Yeah, you can. That's still a thing. The uploader is great for custom logos. Ah, that's cool. Good to know they're still doing that. Ah, online creation hubs. That's always a boon. Yeah, I remember the one I remember the most was Little Big Planet, because you know that game's all about creating levels and sharing them with the world. They did have that online hub too, where you could browse them on your computer, and then queue up certain ones for when you come back to the PS3. Get those already. Or is it when certain Pokemon games would have like online services connected to their things? Like, was it Generation 5 had that whole Dream thing, and then X and Y had their own thing as well. Sadly, those services have long since gone offline. Bit of a shame. Or no, I remember when, was it Mario Kart DS? That was like the game that let you draw your own logo. You just got to draw your own whole logo. You could use that for online play. And they didn't bring that back. Probably not surprising. So yeah, even with like a whole grid pixel system, yeah, you could probably see what people would do with it, right? One tune that I just adore is Stand a Chance for the Big O anime. I've never watched Big O. I remember that was like a series that became enough of a hit that Cartoon Network commissioned the studio to make a whole second season. And unfortunately, second season was all that got made. Ray Tracer did that too. Not easy drawing with a controller. Oh, I bet not. All the props to people who managed to get something good out of those tools. Ooh, actually, I remember Jet Set Radio Future actually had like a graffiti making feature where you could like use a limited art program to like make your own graffiti. I remember that because I remember specifically making like a specific piece of graffiti that was just like a stick figure scene of stick figures fighting, and it was a long piece of art, so it was kind of neat just watching a skater just like run by a tagging spot and then spraying on the wall, and you see like that stick figure battle scene pop up. It was great. Was cool though, seeing your logo around the tracks. Yeah, when you manage to get like when they allow you to do personal touches like that, you get to see things around the world, or maybe just like on your character or the vehicle or something like that. It's always cool. Gives you the feeling that yeah, you're making a name for yourself. You're getting a little recognition out there. Makes it more personal. Yeah, that was the whole thing about it. Things like logo making and character creation allows you to kind of feel like you're part of the game yourself. Gives you that bit more of a personal touch. Like, yes, this is me. This is the person who is out there saving the world. Not just like the preset character. This is me. That's why I'd love to be able to use logos in Forza for billboards. Ooh, that would be a nice touch. Well, who are you? And what is with that weird first time chat? Yeah. I don't know. Can I think I actually have some rules in here. I'd rather not. I'd rather people not flirt with me. I mean, I know that's not flirting. This is like Kind of a bigger than that. Yeah. Yeah, don't go on about the kind of things you would do to me. That makes me uncomfortable. Thanks. There's always one. Yeah. Boundaries are important, right? Just like, yeah. I think maybe I should probably put something else in there. Don't lewd the VTuber. But yeah, as I was saying, as you were saying, logos on billboards and stuff would actually be pretty neat. Or if you get like branded clothes, or see it on stage in some way or another. Something like the way old Forza games would kind of, if you picked a code name, they would say that out loud. That's always fun. Give us that personal touch. Or it's like how in Apex Legends, if you're like the champion team or something, you'll see your face, the face of your squad just like plastered around everywhere. Like, oh man, this is the threat you need to be looking out for. This is how good you are. We're making a big deal out of you. Things like that. Makes you feel good. If you're the one being showcased. Custom player houses would be a big step. Man, as much as I would enjoy that, I would also have to be on the other side of it. Like, is that really something we need? Like, at least your character, that's going to be in the car, also going to be out and around. It's like player housing. You're only ever going to see that if you go to that particular house. Would that be a step too far in the wrong direction? Would people decry that as being maybe too superfluous? What I want to see is like maybe more ways to like maybe put attachments on the car. Give us like, I don't know, other ways to put hood ornaments or other silly decor on there, though. Might be all related to like licensing issues. Maybe there are certain brands that don't want like any modifications other than the ones they officially endorse. Must admit, I do get a kick out of seeing my persona on screen if I win a race in Horizon. Isn't that great? Like, you could be wearing whatever costume you want, and people will be cool with it all the same. Everyone will celebrate as usual. I remember in Horizon 4, when they did the points of interest, you could like have your character standing at a fixed spot, and you could even like pick an emote to do with it. I remember because like I think it was like people were they talked about it on a podcast. They would talk about how you could like have your character just flossing on top of a waterfall. So you get this like big beautiful shot of this waterfall, and your character's just like standing on top of it, just doing the floss, and it was this hilarious contrast of things. I remember they even had like little tidbits related to the landmarks you encountered as well. They would have like a short blurb about it one way or another. I thought that was like pretty cool. Yeah, stood there at Derwent Reservoir doing emotes next to a supercar, right? Just like this big majestic structure, and like, yeah, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna dance, or that white horse, right? Yeah, I missed those. Yeah, I was a little disappointed that Horizon 5 didn't have anything like that. Like, even if they just had, like, your character standing there, that would have been enough for me. But, unfortunately. Though I guess as a trade-off, we know you at least have like photo mode now allows your character to be positioned outside of the car, so really don't. You could like do that wherever you want, right? You can just like stick your car wherever you want, and have your character standing relative to the car, and just have them do whatever. Beauty spots, right? Yeah, that's what they call them. I have to admit, for the ability to just like stick your character wherever you want, I think it's a fair enough trade. Just doesn't hit the same with the current map. I can get that feel. If you're not like at a scenic locale, then it doesn't quite hit. I guess you kind of have to be like be on a solid enough spot for your character to stand on as well. So it's not like you could go out onto a thin strip of land or something and have your character stand there. Also, your car has to be like perfectly still on the ground, so you can't say have your car in mid-air and then have your characters just step out of the car, because it would probably look funny, but they won't let you do it. I miss my homeland with the greenery and the castles and the forests. Yeah, I can understand that. Mexico is a very different beast. Way fewer castles, a lot more ruins. I know I've said this a bunch of times also. Not much in the way of, like, you know, big mega city like they had in the previous games. Like, even 4 kind of had that. But I still enjoyed 3's the best. I think I've said that many times already as well. A pose sat on the bonnet would be nice for photo mode. Ooh, yeah, that would be nice. I'm guessing it might be hard to accommodate, considering, you know, hood sizes tend to be different for each car. How to do it in a way that doesn't look ridiculous. Would have been cool if they pulled it off, though. Edinburgh was a blast to race around, apart from that evil tram. Yeah, I hated that tram. Any sort of large moving object that you couldn't just push out of the way, super annoying. Oh man, spoon curve. There is a spoon curve. I actually did see this game got patched. Thankfully, I was able to. I think it was a good thing I checked in advance, because this game had like a 10 gigabyte download this evening, so thankfully that got done before I started streaming. Saw they added a new track, so I guess that's what they're doing. Slowly put in new tracks, and probably cups in the game just featuring those tracks. They could do group photos for car shows or when in convoy. Oh man, can imagine the coordination needed to pull that off. It would be pretty cool if you managed to pull it off. Right, wow, I'm pretty confident about my skills. Alright. Give them a show. Let their faith not be misplaced. We're gonna dominate Suzuka. You know, thought just came to my head. What if they just, like, added a full-on diorama mode, right? They already have, like, a photo mode. Why don't they just, like, let people go whole hog with it? Just, like, put in a bunch of cars, bunch of extra props. Let you make whatever scenes you want. Kind of like Event Lab, except for a single shot. And then you could just, like, do what you want with it from there. That'd be pretty nuts if they managed to do that. Or they could find a way to make that happen. Because I know people are already doing like pretty fun stuff with the photo mode alone already. Like I remember was a thread long ago about people just like, taking pictures of cars in Forza Horizon and just recreating covers of other famous racing games from it. So yeah, you'd see them like recreate old Horizon covers and covers from Burnout and Need for Speed covers as well. That was like pretty cool. What they decide, where they decide to shoot, and what cars they used, and how they recreated the paint jobs and all that. It's pretty neat. A bit like what Gran Turismo did with the photo scenes. Yeah, something like that. Actually reminds me of be nice to be able to use cars from our garages to make a group photo of your best cars. Yeah, right. Like when they do the promo shots for the car packs, right? You see like all the cars kind of in a group. Just let us do something like that, right? Let us put all the cars on an airport runway and just show them off. That'd be pretty rad. But I was gonna say, that also reminds me of it's like one of the Uncharted games actually included. They actually called it like a machinima mode, and it was inspired by what Red vs. Blue did to kind of like shoot scenes for that series, where they would like use a particular glitch to make the HUD and the hands disappear. So you just have like a pure camera mode, and then Uncharted went and just like made it an official, properly supported mode. I don't know if like I ever saw any proper animated Uncharted web series come out of that, but it's kind of cool they put in the effort for it. Automation lets you add more cars to your photo. Yeah, give us something like that. Just some people, if they were able to, they would like go and recreate all the famous scenes from movies, right? Could probably think of a few. I like a proper replay trackside camera view so it can make highlight vids of races. Oh man, that'd be so cool. I actually remember, I think that was like one of the features touted for Burnout Revenge on the 360. they would allow you to, you know, they would give you like a whole replay of a race, and you could like cut clips from it. And if I remember correctly, you could like choose camera angles and stuff too, so you could showcase all the cool things that happened there. Sadly, I never got to use those features myself, but I'm pretty sure they were like the coolest thing ever for people who actually got to use them. Or like what Mario Kart does. It's kind of sort of similar, where they'll like choose 5 or 6 best moments, and then you can kind of pick what you want to do with them. That sounds perfect. Yeah, right? This was back on the 360, so they could probably do something like that. And maybe if not Horizon, they could probably do that in Motorsport. If they don't do that already. Not quite sure. Okay, now I gotta check that after this race, see if they have like a replay mode. They probably do. Might not be like, you know, a full-featured replay mode, but I'm sure they got like something in there. Most I do is a game capture if something good or bad happens. Alright. Good old Xbox record that. Actually used that a few times. I was thinking it was like even the earliest Xbox games that had like moments like that automatically, where you would like do a certain thing and then the Xbox would just automatically record that moment. That actually got annoying because it would bloat your system with tons of video files that you probably didn't pay much attention to. I think I remember Horizon 2 was actually rife with that. Like, you would do like particular moments and you just see like clips being recorded because the Xbox would just automatically record them. Makes me thankful that they eventually added like a controller command to have that video clip recorded or screenshot taken. Even if it did take you out of the game for a little bit, at the very least it didn't require you to own a Kinect anymore. Yeah, trying to fumble to hit Windows, Alt, and G at the same time during a race. Yeah, just like too many. You only have so many fingers, so many hands, and way too many keys that you need to press. Kind of thing where trying to multitask would impact your performance one way or another. Makes me glad that, you know, if you run an app from Steam, if you run a game from Steam, most of them will allow you to kind of have that dedicated screenshot key. You can use this to take a screenshot of whatever moment you have there. I forget, does Steam have like... No, I don't think it does. I don't think it has like any way to record clips, which I guess makes sense. Feels like it will require its own work to kind of get the work with every game. Whereas screenshots, like, pretty easy, I would think. Recording a video is a different beast. Yeah, good old F12 key, yeah. The dedicated screenshot key. I've actually used that a lot on Steam. Got so many screenshots, man. Just screenshots. Yeah, okay. I mean, I get why it's just screenshots, but yeah. If you want to do screen recording, you gotta get yourself a different program. Reminds me of the good old days of Hypercam. I still remember the really, really old YouTube videos that will have like unregistered Hypercam 2, just like in the corner somewhere. They're like, see, this is an uppercomer trying to shoot their own web video series. Wish them the best of luck. Same here, pictures of my very large farm equipment. Yeah, it's like either that or some hilarious visual glitch, or whenever I do a really, really cool thing and just want to show the record of it. That along with whatever big thing you manage to have built or in possession. Yeah. Good times there. Wreckfest is good for screenshots. I bet it is. Imagine most racing games are probably like that. State of your car after a race. Oh yeah, yeah. Definitely see the appeal there then. It's like, I managed to survive, but this is what my ride looks like. Went through a lot. But I'm still standing. Ba-na-na-na-na-na. Etc. Lost a fight with a school bus. Yeah, it turns out David and Goliath stories don't always quite pan out in other works. Got some good ones from BeamNG after driving my car until it fell apart. I bet those looked great. Especially if you took them on those treacherous off-road areas. Oh, wait, that was the entire series, wasn't it? Yeah, we went through a whole ass series. Look at that. Another one down. We are... Oh! vtuber92. Thank you for the follow. Halfway through the Legacy Tour. Now we're going to take on classic sports cars. Let's see what kind of spiel they have for us.
It was a decade of innovation and growth, fueled by underdog teams from Asia, all determined to establish a new generation of truly competitive sports cars by going toe-to-toe with the European heavyweights. That fierce competition at racetracks around the globe.
Oh, you got the steering wheel on the right. Hey, at least that's like accurate to the source. Some on the left, some on the right, depending on where they were manufactured. Yeah, these are the kinds of cars you would see in like those 80s movies. He's like the guy with the button-up shirt and the sunglasses just driving down the open roads of the beach town city. Being the coolest fella ever. Oh my, they're all E-Class. Oh yeah, look at these. They're all 70s ass cars. Feels appropriate. Ooh, that BMW 2002 Turbo, right? Hello there! Hello, FontyFlock92. Thank you again for the follow, and thanks for checking me out. Which of these should I pick up? I'm actually half tempted to just go with the Mazda. Go with one of these two Mazdas because they're super duper cheap. Very rare to see a 2002 Turbo in real life. I've only seen one in person. Ah, are they that much of a white whale? Very nice though. I might actually go with the Cosmo. That looks like a pretty good throwback retro style car. Go with this one. And we'll get it in dark blue. Oh man, this is really taking me back. I love that Mazda combo. I'd admit it puts off a pretty good first impression. Oh man, that's a snappy looking classic car there. Alright, let's do it. 5 events. Got that space age styling. You know what? It does. It really does. Kind of like that 70s version of what they thought the future would look like. I imagine anyone who time traveled from the 70s to now would probably be kind of disappointed if they saw what the future was actually like. Always that joke. Oh man, where are my hoverboards? I thought there would be hoverboards.
To avoid the pit exit road, where cars will be merging onto the track.
Nah, the only kind of hoverboard we got didn't actually hover. I remember when they had like a whole segment on The Daily Show about that. It's like, why would you call it a hoverboard if it still has wheels? I kind of agree with them on that. Shamed it's never returned to Horizon after 4. Ah, that is a shame. It's the kind of thing where, you know, if absent of anything like licensing issues, you wish they would just, like, you know, keep every car going forward, but they always scale it back some way or another. Bit of a shame, that. Now I have to admit, I really don't know about the really old Forza games since I picked up the series much later on, but were there any other like fictional tracks like Maple Valley? I always remember people always made a big deal about Maple Valley because like, it was like in the OG Forza Motorsport, and people always enjoyed it, seeing it get remade for the newer titles. But were there other like fictional tracks from the older Forza Motorsport series? I would not mind seeing them maybe try to do like a remade version of maybe the other ones if they're out there. It'd be kind of cool. It'd be kind of cool if they did that. The Copperhead, super twisty. They had a few named after snakes, the Diamondback, etc. Huh, really? A lot of snake-named courses? That's interesting. Well, I'm guessing those courses were probably appropriately curvy. Oh yeah, you said they were super twisty, so yeah. Makes sense. Oh, hey, practice is finished. Let's get out there on the real race. But yeah, as fun as it is seeing Maple Valley get remade over and over, I want to see them like bring other tracks, right? Even if they aren't quite as well remembered. So I guess if they're like adding new environments, kind of piecemeal, maybe we'll see them. Maybe we'll see them down the line. Who knows? You know, with the theme of the cars and kind of like the feel of the track, I feel like it goes together pretty well. It's like, yeah, imagine Vermont, USA, kind of a state that you don't hear about too much and probably like a lot of wilderness. Be a pretty good setting for kind of like a classic tuners race. It's like the kind of place you would see all sorts of vintage cars getting their run around the track. It's like timeless in a way, right? I think that's kind of like why I feel like it all kind of goes together really well. It's like the kind of event you would expect to see in like, you know, a remote location like Vermont. Alpine Ring, Blue Mountains Raceway, Sunset Peninsula, Tokyo, New York Pacific Shipyard, Test Track Rio de Janeiro, Fujimi, Kaido, all fictional. Ah! I think some of those might actually have shown up in Motorsport 7. But yeah, give us stuff like that. That'd be pretty cool. Yeah, I'm sure it'll put it in. It's just a matter of time. Maybe not all of them, but we'll see more classic racetracks remade, ported forward. Now I think about it, I distinctly remember a very alpine like track from 7. Maybe that was it. If it wasn't like, you know, an actual race location. Gran Turismo had some nice fictional tracks. Ah. What were some of your favorites? Oh man.
Total time penalty is about a second.
That's what I get for cutting on the outside. I should have seen that coming. Twin Ring Trial Mountain Apricot Raceway. Ooh, I like Apricot Raceway. Feels like a proper farm circuit. It's like, ah yes, it's named Apricot Raceway because, you know, it's near an apricot orchard. Grand Valley. Ooh, that's a good name for a track. Trial Mountain also feels appropriate. Feels like the kind of place where you would have your greatest tests happen. If you want to qualify for the next league, you must clear the time at Trial Mountain. Oop. Man, is it just me or are all the leaders like much more spaced out? Again, I'm only on lap 5 of 8, so a little bit of time to catch up. And if I don't make it to top 3, no biggie. Alright, as long as I make it to top 3, it's no biggie. Of course, I probably won't make it to top 3 if I just stay on the grass the whole time. Alright, 37.5% of the race to go. Still a bit of time, but it's not forever. As Papa Roach once said, everyone around me says, my time is running out. I refuse to surrender. I refuse to surrender. I refuse to surrender. I refuse to surrender. I think Papa Roach sang that line like 4 times. Oh, hey, how dare you! Gonna check me like that, you son of a gun. Alright, fine, I'll take the outside. Oh man, I'm so close to first. So close to first. Typical pony car driver. No, that's a last place car I just lapped. Alright, still got 2 laps to catch up to this mofo in front of me. Hopefully they're the one I need to get in front of. They're not like a car racer that got lapped. Alright, here we go. Here's my chance. Boom! Look at that. Last lap miracle. That Holden is not a classic sports car. Oh no. Well, it's the thing about categories. Sometimes depending on what you're trying to categorize, the lines might blur between them. It's like the same thing with like film and game genres. It's like increasingly we see games and movies that do not like neatly fit into one of the pre-established genres, and we either invent like a new word for it, or we say, oh, it's like a mix of these other things. can feel kind of arbitrary sometimes. Although it is neat when you see like a mix that's like catches your eye and that manages to be pretty unique. And it is kind of fun when you see a particular work kind of just like kickstart a new descriptor that people will eventually establish as a genre. I think the most recent one was Vampire Survivors. Eventually, I think most people settle on calling those kinds of games Horde Survival or Bullet Heaven, depending on the kind of stuff they had. Bullet Heaven, of course, because it's a reverse bullet hell, and Horde Survival because, well, that's what it boils down to, right? You're surviving a certain amount of time against a gigantic wave of enemies. Yeah, like horror comedy, two words combined that don't make sense, right? Yes, it's got elements of horror, but it's also got elements of comedy. Or like action RPG. Or like anything RPG. Usually RPG gets stuck on if it's got like stats and levels, or some way to, you know, make your character stronger. And even that, it's like gets into its own weeds. It's like, oh wait, so is a role-playing game like one where you create your own characters? Is it like just any game that has like stats and levels? Depends on how pedantic you want to be. Or I guess like how the whole entire Metroidvania got established with Symphony of the Night. It's like a big exploratory level, but also you level up, equip stuff, find items, what have you. Because it's like, well, if you're not familiar with either Metroid or Castlevania, that entire term's just going to be lost on you. I think the one they tried to kind of tried to promote in place of it was like search action, which I can kind of see where they're going for there, right? Because it's all about exploring the big maps and finding all the items you need, or all the upgrades, or the next story beat, trying to find out how to get there. So I can see why they would call it that. Or perhaps jokingly, I remember with the Bloodstained Kickstarter promote project, when they were having that, they called them Igavanias because you know, it was Iga who was like behind the whole thing, the big name behind it, and it was a Castlevania tribute, so they called it Igavania. Man, Kickstarter. I'm reminded that site still exists anytime I get like an email. Just like from one of the old projects I backed, they would usually send out an email going, yeah, we got a new project out, come check it out if you want. Some of them I've been almost tempted to go, but I think it's been like a good long while since I just backed a project. Get stuff like Vampire Erotica 2, just 2 words shoehorned together. Portmanteaus, it's interesting. Any sort of erotica, just, man. Apart from Metroidvania, I can't think of another genre that's just a portmanteau. Yeah, nothing's coming to mind. It actually does remind me of, so at one time, I think I was on Facebook like a really, really long time ago. And it was like a person, I don't know, was saying something about something. And I remember using the word portmanteau. I was like, oh yeah, this kind of sounds like a portmanteau of these other two words. And like the original person went, wow, I can't believe you actually used the word portmanteau correctly. Props to you. I'm like, wow, really? Guess it always surprises me when I use like words like that and people are like, whoa, you're just pulling out the big ones, huh? I'm like, I didn't think it was like that uncommon of a word. Actually, not too long ago, I actually used the word decorum in a sentence, and think someone's going, "Oh man, decorum!" Ooh, it's like, "Ooh, you're pulling out the big ones. You're pulling out the big guns." It's like, I guess I am. I guess I am. Which is pretty funny, because whenever I like just use words like that, I just always immediately think, oh wait, did I use that word correctly? Am I using that in the right context? Am I not watering down the definition? Most of the time I usually just like search it up real quick on like a dictionary website, just to make sure I've at least got the general idea of it. Make sure I'm not misusing that term. I have to admit, it has saved me a few times, like with the word nonplussed, right? Nonplussed, when used incorrectly, people usually use it as like I forget. They use it like they think it means amused or something, but it actually means, I think, it's either like bewildered or apathetic, and that's like what you're supposed to use the word nonplussed in. Exergame. Oh yeah, right, that. I forgot about that, but yeah, I don't know why this didn't come to mind earlier. Edutainment, right? Educational games and entertainment, just portmanteaued together. I played a lot of edutainment games when I was a kid, like Math Blaster and Word, was it Clue Mystery Solver or something like that? It's like some dude with a big blue jacket, red baseball cap, and shorts, run around saving locales and stuff. Yeah, Exergame too. That has made the rounds with games like Ring Fit and Ring Fit's the one that like comes to mind the most. I'm sure there are other Exer games out there. Go with 22nd. Advergame, right? Yes, that has also seen long time use. Actually, I think I first became aware of it when they had Doritos Crash Course first come out. Man, I remember that when that came out on the Xbox 360. It was like a whole ass free game. I'm like, oh wow, it's like a decent enough game too. You could use your Xbox 360 avatar to just like run along the course. And then they went and released Crash Course 2, which was sadly more of a free-to-play affair with all the trappings attached to it. I don't even know if it's still online anymore. Probably isn't. It's been long enough for that. Yeah, the Chex Mix game. Chex Quest. Ah. Used to come free in cereal boxes, and then they went and made a whole remake for it. And thankfully it was still free. I actually did play through the Chex Quest remake. You know, it was pretty good remake. Pretty faithful to the original. Not much else to say about it. Decent enough for its price, right? It's not like they went and skimped on quality or anything. Whoops, sorry. If I remember correctly, there was like a whole Monster Energy racing game as well. Or at least I remember seeing like DLC for it on the PlayStation Store, and I was almost tempted to maybe look further into it, but I didn't quite do that. Or there's another game that if you didn't like, if you only saw the title, you didn't think it would be like an advert game, but it totally is. I think it was called like Darkened Sky on the PlayStation 2. Believe it or not, advertisement for Skittles. Yeah, it's like you wouldn't expect a Skittles ad, especially one that didn't have like, you know, Skittles anywhere in the name. But yeah, it was totally a thing. Pepsi Man, oh my god. I actually watched someone stream that like not too long ago. It's a kind of funny thing. Like Endless Runner before Endless Runners became a thing. I guess back then you would describe it like as an automatic Crash Bandicoot, where Pepsi Man would always be running forward. You'd have to dodge obstacles and stuff to get to that Pepsi machine at the end of the level, so you could get yourself that refreshing bottle of Pepsi. They even had like the jingle to go with it, right? It was like, Pepsi Man! It was weird and yet very intriguing because it was not the kind of advertisement you would see you know, outside of Japan. It's actually pretty funny just how integrated, like, how advertising is for particular series. Like here in the States, you know, you might see like promotional toys and the boxes might get changed around, but it feels like the integration for advertisement just goes like way deeper in Japan, right? If they do a collaboration with a particular series, you might see like special art of the characters from that series dressed in work uniforms, or like special collaboration items with the color schemes for the restaurants or things like that. Or actually, I think it was like the one I remember most recent was like with Genshin Impact and KFC. And it's like, yeah, KFC restaurants in China had like two of the characters dressed up as you know, fast food workers or waitresses. And they actually added like special recipes in game that were basically the advertisements for various KFC products. I remember that because I was like reading about it and thinking, oh man, this is not something that will get outside of China. And then they brought it over. Of course, they removed all the branding from it because you know, they didn't do promotion with KFC outside of China, but They gave us the items and the recipes for what it's worth. Chipotle did a game too. Ooh. Yeah, imagine it's like not too hard to make an advert game, especially since, you know, you can like stick it on a mobile device, and the expectations for that are different, so you don't have to make like a, you know, a whole ass cartridge game or PS2 game like you did before. If I remember correctly, there was like a Ronald McDonald game that was like on the Genesis or Mega Drive. It was kind of like a platformer. And you were collecting M's, and like there was a lot of green goo involved. That's as much as I remember from reading about it in a magazine. Ooh, and there was Cool Spot as well. The 7-Up platformer. That was pretty wild. You just like collect spots all around in levels. And oh yeah, Yo Noid. Remember when Domino's Pizza had a mascot? I think it was Domino's anyway. The Noid. Yep, there was. Yeah. Ah, I remember those too. Yeah. I think Cool Spot was at least like fondly remembered for being a decent enough platformer in its own right. Also, hi, Did Taylor. Ah, you played them. Yeah, it's probably like one of those things you saw out in like a rental store and just like, yeah, you know what? I'll fiddle with this for a couple of days. Hey, man. Hello. Hello. Kool-Aid Man. Ooh, I don't remember Kool-Aid Man game. Oh, on Atari 2600. Ah. Did it involve you like running into walls? I feel like it wouldn't be a Kool-Aid Man game if you didn't bust down some walls. Yeah, Blockbuster rentals. Yeah, I remember those. Renting video games. It's like going out to the store. You know, parents are like, "All right, pick a game. We'll play that for the weekend." M&M's Break 'em on Game Boy. I haven't heard of that one, but I'm not surprised it exists. Oh yeah, Nerf End Strike. I do remember seeing that around. Nerf first-person shooter. It just makes sense, right? Very kid-friendly version of FPS. Ooh, hey, another race done. Doritos Crash Course, yeah. The one that came out completely free and was like a surprisingly decent game on its own right. Even came with like downloadable content. And I think that was like free also, or if not, it was like very, very cheap. Yeah, and then Crash Course 2 came out, and unfortunately it was kind of like saddled with a little bit of too much of free-to-play stuff. It's a bit of a shame because it was like a wackier version of the original Crash Course, and man, that's a game that's probably not going to see a re-release unless what if like 20 years later we'll see like Doritos Crash Course remastered or something like that? Do something like what they did with Chex Quest. Just wait like a really long time and then they bring back Doritos Crash Course. I remember Crash Course 2 because I think someone said that like, there was like dummied out data that suggested that there might be like additional levels coming down the line, but they never put them out.
Here at the Glen, average top speeds on the short circuit are always higher than the full circuit. You'll be flying around the
Smarty's Meltdown. I have not heard of that one. Oh, now I think about it. If I remember there being like a Sour Patch Kids game. If I remember correctly, that was like a platformer. Maybe a puzzle platformer or an action platformer, I can't quite remember. Burger King had Sneak King. Oh yeah, right, Sneak King. That was the other kind of like game that became a meme because, you know, the absolute nuttiness of Burger King selling video games. Apparently it was like an alright game too. And they had like 2 other games as well. But Sneak King is just the one that's remembered the most because of the King character it was associated with being like, yeah, this is absolutely what the King would do, right? Because the King in commercials would just suddenly show up and give people Burger King food. So it stands to reason that when you play as the king, you would kind of try to wander around and then hide in places and then wait for the right moment to present people Burger King food. It just makes sense. But yeah, Burger King also had like a kart racer, and then there was a third game as well. I don't remember what it was. World Gone Sour was a Sour Patch game. Ah, yeah. I remember that, because I remember like specifically seeing a video preview of that. It was weird, you know. Like all other advert games, it's like, okay, it's a game based off of a product, and they're making a whole world out of it and everything. Just it's wild, absolutely wild. Big Bumpin', yeah, that was one of the other Burger King games, right? California Raisins Great Escape. Oh my god. That was like a platformer on the NES, right? I actually remember reading about that in a magazine. It was like an old magazine that that one of my older friends had back in the day. Coca-Cola Kid? That one I have not heard of before. Given that we had 7-Up, probably not surprising that there's a Coca-Cola video game. Think about it. Were there any Sprite video games? I only ask that because I like Sprite. Hooters Road Trip. That does not surprise me. A road trip game seems like the perfect setting for that restaurant. ...2019 gave us... Oh, yeah, the visual novel, I Love You, Colonel Sanders, where they made Colonel Sanders into a hunk. I remember there being, like, a very slight pushback against that one. Although I think the people who were against that were just, like, against advert games in general. I can perhaps see their point in so much that maybe we shouldn't try to personify these corporations too much, but on the other hand, the idea of that being a video game is like really, really funny. Yeah, KFC dating sim, and it's on Steam. Forget, KFC was also the company that came out with like they jokingly advertised a rig that could also heat up your fried chicken. If I remember correctly, it had something like that. Bit more of a logistical nightmare than I would have liked, but I kind of appreciated the chutzpah on that one at least. I hope I used the word chutzpah correctly. See, that's like circles back around to, did I use that word correctly? And I'm going to look that up and make sure I used that somewhat properly. had a big uproar here because of their slogan. Oh no. Seen as inappropriate? What was it, the finger licking good one? If I remember correctly, that was like a thing they used to say for KFC food. It's probably not drink more Ovaltine, that's for sure, Nightbot. That one is more of a Christmas story gag. Along with Triple Dog Dare, sticking your tongue on frozen poles, and you'll shoot your eye out. Yup. Yeah, I'm kind of struggling to see what would be so inappropriate about that, to be honest. People have nothing better to do than to moan about stuff that doesn't matter. I at least feel like that might have been a step too far. Because, yeah. I don't know, it's just saying that's a thing you could do, right? Didn't know you had Ovaltine there. Yeah, it was kind of a maybe not as big as I want to say Nestle Quick in the US might have been bigger. Kind of had to hold on you know, powdery milk mixes, but yeah, Ovaltine is kind of an alternative to that. And I think it only became something somewhat more recognizable because of the film A Christmas Story. Featured it rather prominently as one of the subplots. The kid was like really enamored with like a decoder ring that was like part of back when you could like you know, get items for mailing in a certain number of product codes, like cereal boxes and whatever. You could, if you got like enough Ovaltine UPCs, you could mail them in and get a decoder ring. And the kid was like, "Oh man, they had this coded message here," and I was like so enamored by it, and I just wanted to figure it out. So I remembered to save all the UPCs, and you know, he saved them all, mailed them away, got the decoder ring, and then he, you know, adult him was just talking about, "Oh, I was just like furiously decoding each letter of that message," and then at the end, it turned out the message was, "Drink more Ovaltine." Right? The coded message was an advertisement for their product, and the kid just felt the immense, crushing disappointment from that, and that was kind of like the whole gag for that plot. Used to like Ovaltine just before bed. Yeah, it was like, you know, chalky milk, right? That's what they would call it these days, chocolate milk. Just real easy and tasty too. Ah, the time spent cutting box tops. Yeah, right. Could get enough of those, you mail them in, you could get like a cool product. Be like, you know, a color changing spoon or a silly straw or like a little puffy toy or a watch or anything along those lines. Or I think for a while, in the US at least, they had this program called Box Tops for Education. You could like cut off the box tops that had like, you know, special markings on them, and then you turn them into your local school, and it would translate into funds for the school, I guess, somehow. They didn't really say much more beyond that. I don't know how the behind the scenes of it worked. I just remember saving all those box tops and turning them into my school because, you know, my school ruled. Well, some of my schools ruled. Some people in my school ruled. I think it was like even better when the cereal just like cut out the middleman, right? They would just come with the toy and the box, or whatever. I think the one particularly famous promotion I remember is when they would just include a whole ass game. You could just like, get like a whole game. They would have the CD just like in the serial, and you could get a whole game with it. That was pretty cool. I think that's like where Chex Quest originated from, right? Obviously, right? It was a game that you could just get in boxes of checks, and it was a surprisingly competent game on its own, which is why people remembered it. Successful Doom reskin. The spoons that double as a straw. Oh my god. I forgot about those. I remember seeing those on the box and thinking, oh man, that would be the coolest thing ever, right? When you're done eating all the cereal, just like use your utensil that doubles as a straw and drink the milk as well. It's like double duty. Get two birds with one stone and all that. Yeah, perfect to get that chocolate milk at the bottom of the bowl of Cocoa Pops. Yes, exactly. Ah, yeah, glow-in-the-dark things. That was always fun. I was like, aha. Look at this cool faint green glow this thing makes when I turn off all the lights at night. And it was always fun seeing them during the day too, because it'll always be like, you know, that really pale grayish white looking thing. But you know, once the darkness hits, it would be really, really cool. Also pretty easy to incorporate into a toy. Just needed, you know, the special plastic. Oh man, lap 4 or 5, I'm still only third. Excuse me, coming through. Just need to get ahead of you a little bit here. Alright, cool. Still got about 1.5 laps to catch up to first place here, so there's still time. What was like the coolest glow-in-the-dark thing you remember having? I think mine might actually have to be on a shirt, actually. It's a glow-in-the-dark shirt. That was always fun. If it just, like, you know, annoyed the heck out of everyone else, because it's that source of light and some people are trying to sleep, man. Always remember getting Spooky Dokies and Kellogg's Frosted Flakes. You put them on the spokes of your wheel and they make a noise when you started riding. Oh! I think I remember something like that. It's like either that or, you know, the old homemade method of just like putting playing cards on the spokes, or there's like a proper product in the bike section in a store. Yeah, those were always fun because they made your bike sound like a motorcycle, or at least the closest you could get to sounding like a motorcycle while on a human-powered bike. Just like loudly and proudly let everyone else know that you were coming and you had Spokies. Spooky Dokies, yeah. I thought I was all that when I got a Speedo from our mountain bike. And you get those additional bike parts and you're like, ah yeah, now I'm ready to take on even greater challenges. I forget which cereal it was, or if it was like even part of a cereal, but I think there was like some sort of promotion where you could get like a handlebar mounted like kind of like a electronic sound player thing. You would like press a button and want to make like siren sounds, and you could pretend your bike was like a police car. I always remember thinking that would be like the coolest thing ever, but you know, lost its novelty after I got it for a bit. And you know, after a while, it started winding down, battery started running low, and that cool sound eventually became drawn out and weird. For years, I just rode... Oh, I rode just BMX bikes. Ha! The little extreme off-roading, I imagine. I think I remember a library visit I did like a long time ago. There was actually a book about BMX, and I remember vividly one of the sections in it just being about how to create your own BMX track, and I remember being enamored by that. It was like, oh yeah, just look at these hills that they're making, right? Like, oh man, wish I could do that in my backyard, but there's no way I would get approval. I don't think the neighborhood was quite equipped for that either. My friends and me got into a war of gears, all trying to outdo each other with the number of gears. Yeah, I can get that feel. Any sort of way to try to flex one over your friends. It's like, yeah, my bike got these sweet upgrades. Oh, it's so cool now. Oh yeah, well my bike has these even sweeter upgrades. It's way cooler. Actually reminds me of like a little period of one-upmanship I had with my friends in middle school. I think like two of my friends were, for some reason, decided to do like a video game completion competition where, you know, they would just like try to beat video games, and they would try to see who could beat more video games. There really wasn't much more to it than that. I think it was kind of like a proto speed run, if anything. Yeah, well, I have 28 gears, so yeah. Yeah. It's like, oh man, I got so much granular control over my bike. Yeah. With regards to video game competition, I remember it kind of just like petering out. They never really had a conclusion to it. They just stopped caring about it. Which is like how most of those things go, right? It's like, you know, whatever is big at the time, you start trying to compete over it, but after a certain point, it stops being so cool, and you're like, well, it's off to the next big thing, right? We got super competitive with marbles when we play for keepsies. Oh boy. Yeah, that's when you really get into zone, when you know you've got everything to win and also everything to lose. It was kind of like that with me for Pogs, back when those were trendy for like that brief moment when everyone would try to collect those cardboard discs and slammers. Yeah, you like even see like the backs of cereal boxes would have, yeah, just like cut out these things here and you could have yourselves some more Pogs, right? So just right here on this box. And they even have like a special machine. I might have mentioned this already, but yeah, this is like a machine that you just like create pogs, right? Just get any sort of cardboard sheet with a cool thing on it, and you just like punch it in there, and boom, instant pog right there. It's kind of funny when people bring up pog, because any time they say pog, I always remember the old cardboard one, as well as what pog is usually referring to these days, which is usually the pog face. Short for pog face. If I remember correctly, Magic the Gathering also originally had like an ante mechanic. It was actually like, you know, baked into the game itself, where certain cards would refer to your ante or force you to ante a card. And it was like, you know, you putting up a card that you could actually lose for real. They eventually did away with that because, you know, actually losing cards if as part of the rules really isn't fun. Now, if anything, that that kind of stuff tends to be like informal, right? You would, if you do any antes, it's not officially part of the game. Came and went as fast as those snap bracelets. Oh my god, I remember those. The straight ones where you could just like, you know, hit them on your wrist and boom, suddenly instant bracelet. It's kind of cool. But yeah, those wore out quickly too, because, you know, if you handled them wrong, they would break. And there were also varieties I remember would be covered in fabric, but those obviously wouldn't keep for too long either. Yeah, it's like a little product that became trendy for a while. I also remember, was it charm bracelets? I remember those. Like, they were like modular bracelets you could create from a variety of like little tiny links. They would have different decorations on them that would signify different things. Actually, I remember getting into one like a while back. I actually bought a bunch of charms and just like made a bracelet out of it, and I wore it for quite a while. And since it was like a cheap charm bracelet, eventually the metal wore out of it and everything. I'm not even sure where it is now. Yeah, thinking back, OMG, I wore those layered colored Bermuda shorts. Oh man. I remember fidget spinners. I remember when those were a trend for a while. It was like another one of those things that was like a flash in the pan. It was like you couldn't walk into a store without seeing a section dedicated to fidget spinners, and then kind of left as quickly as they came. Okay, I think I can work with this. I think for me, back in the day, my fashion style was like Lots of pockets. I always like things with lots of pockets, so I would always usually have like a coat with me that had plenty of pockets, and I like the cargo pants with tons of pockets. I guess I just like having a lot of things on me. That's why winters can be a bit of a boon for me too, because then I get to wear the heavy coats, which naturally come with a lot of pockets, so I can put a lot of things in there. Oh, and everyone said not after everything like Wayne's World. I remember that. It's a very 90s thing to do, just like, thank you, not. It's like the snap back. That's what you would do to get back after someone. Just pretend you're being all polite and formal, and then you get him at the end with that one word, and you're like, ah, how dare you. Baggy cargo pants were super handy. I know, right? Like, lets you carry a lot of things, lets you be prepared for situations. I guess I'm glad messenger bags are a thing, so I can at least have my stuff still around me, even if I don't have them in my pockets. Maybe it's for the better, because, you know, things can fall out of your pocket if you're not careful. They're less likely to fall out of your bag, unless you're really poor at, you know, packing things in there.
3 remaining.
3 laps to go. We're only third. Yeah, won't take long to catch up as long as they don't go far off track. Oh! Do you remember the... Or I guess I should ask. Did you ever have... Was there, like, ever a trend where, you had, like, those, the pants that had, like, zip-off legs? Right? You could, like, zip them off, and then, boom, you had, like, instant shorts or instant capris, depending on the length. I think I have, like, a pair or 2 of those. I felt, like, super fun and novel. It's like, oh, man... It's like 2 pieces of clothing in one. I can wear it during the winter, and I can wear it during the summer. OMG, yes. Haha. Awesome. I remember being super enamored with those. It's like, because it kind of like allowed you to double your wardrobe without having to actually double your wardrobe. You know, it looked pretty decent both ways too, if I remember correctly, right? It's not like, you know, it looked like a half-assed pair of shorts or a half-assed pair of pants or anything like that. Oh my god, there's the tracksuit pants that have the press studs all down the sides of the legs. Oh boy. I remember those. It's like a weird mix of kind of like glitz and informal. Probably wear that with some like necklaces or something like that, I imagine. Hell, I remember when the hole in the knees of your jeans were a thing. Oh my god, yeah, the intentionally ripped pants. I forgot about that. But yeah. Or the ones that will like come pre-faded. I always found those amusing. Yeah, and the joke there was always, man, I could just like put holes in my jeans myself. I don't need to purchase pairs of jeans with like, you know, pre-ripped holes or pre-bleached, pre-faded or anything like that. I could do that myself. I guess the difference would be like those pre-ripped holes are probably created in a way that they wouldn't rip any further, right? That was always the thing with seeing like tears in your clothing. You probably should take care of it soon, because if you don't, well, you know, it's just gonna get bigger. It's like a crack on the windshield, right? You want to treat that as soon as possible, because if you don't, that crack's just gonna keep getting bigger and bigger, and it's just gonna become more costly to handle after the fact. Stone washed and all that, yeah. Levi 501s. I gotta admit, I used to wear jeans like way back, but not like too much of a fan of them anymore. If I do wear pants, it's probably gonna be like you know, more comfy pants, more loose pants. Something easier to move around in. I find jeans like a bit too stiff for my tastes. Like, imagine they're like pretty great if you're gonna be outdoors a lot and need to do a lot of work that's gonna, you know, require you to kind of be in more rugged locations. But yeah, it's just it's not my thing. I just don't find them that comfy. I know, right? Honestly, I think the only way I would wear anything made out of jean material is if, amusingly enough, if you were like to like make it into a skirt or something. I'd probably wear a jean skirt. That might look all right. Oh, whoops! I think I should have pressed continue there. Ah, that's okay. We're in a transition between races. Oh man, this is the last one. All right. Little denim mini skirt, eh? I don't know about a mini, but something knee length would probably be comfy. Long skirt might be like too heat retaining and sweaty.
Virginia International Raceway hasn't changed much since 1957, with so many fast, dramatic elevation changes.
I remember they were a thing worn with black leggings. Oh, yeah, I do remember that. And again, skirt with leggings is always a good combo. Honestly, it's the kind of thing that's nice if, you know, if you're like maybe a bit too nervous to wear a skirt on its own, can at least wear leggings. It still gives you the appearance of a skirt. Well, I mean, you'll still be wearing a skirt, but perhaps maybe gives you a bit more sense of security because, you know, your legs are covered. Like either that or tights. Well, I guess with a jean skirt you wouldn't wear tights, but yeah. These days, it's all yoga pants. Hey, it's again the name of comfort. Yeah, but it is kind of interesting seeing people kind of just, you know, go around casually in exercise wear. Or, you know, you see someone like, you know, outside in what you might consider like pajama pants. You'll see someone with, like the flannel wear or something like that. Always found that amusing. Yeah, with those Coke can-sized hair rollers. Okay, now we're just describing someone you might expect to see in Walmart. It's like the kind of thing where it's like, oh yeah, they were sleeping and they had this sudden desire for something. They're like, all right, we'll just go to Walmart because this is the only store that's open at this hour. We're just gonna go as is because too tired to, you know, make ourselves up. Saw that all the time on night shift. Oh boy. Yeah, nighttime is when like most people would be asleep, so you know, anyone who's up would be a night shift worker or someone who's just like, you know, doesn't quite follow the usual daily routine one way or another. I only worked like an overnight shift once, but thankfully that was an office job, so I didn't have to be anywhere near customers. I feel like if I had to do like a customer-facing night shift once, I would probably never do it again. From what I hear other people having to do night shifts go through. Right, it's not only you see like your atypical mix of people, it's also the likelihood of criminal activity is higher for obvious reasons. You know, when you got like fewer people around that you can reliably call upon, is like, you know, just being out in the darkness, it's like, oh boy, what's lying beyond there? Most of the time, it's nothing, but your brain worms are like, ah, it could be anything back there. Could even be a grue. Around chucking out time, they come in from the nightclubs and get like a rotisserie chicken and just tear into it in the car park. Oh boy. Makes you wonder what happened. What happened? was like, oh man, we can't get food anymore at the nightclub, but the nightclubs are closed, so we'll just hit up the convenience store and chow down on all the food they have there. I guess I can at least be glad that certain convenience stores open up late at night, especially like when I go travel during cons, and like, oh man, came back to my room late and there's like no place open. I guess I'll just hit up the nearest convenience store, just get some of their pre-packaged food and enjoy that. Well, enjoy in the most nominal term, I guess. I guess it's just, yeah, more like satiate myself. Right, just make myself not hungry anymore, at the very least. Post-night out munchies, yeah, exactly, right? After all that walking around, that's gotta expend energy, and you're gonna have to replenish it somehow. So yeah, why not grab a snack from the nearest convenience store? Well, that's gonna be a penalty, isn't it? Yep.
Total time penalty is about a second.
Can't let that slide. I guess it actually reminds me of probably my closest brush with danger. It's like one con I was out like somewhat late at night, probably like 8 or 9 in the evening. I went out to a convenience store and just got like a sandwich from there, and then I passed by like a park where people were sitting on a bench, and one of them was just like motioning me to go sit beside them. I think I remember just like being confused because it was late and I was tired and I was going, huh? What do you want me to do? I still couldn't quite get it until, even though they were motioning at that empty space beside him. Eventually I just kind of like, waved them off, did that hand motion for like, I don't get you, I'm out of here, and then just walked off. It wasn't until later one of my friends was like, yeah, when you sat down, they were probably gonna rob you blind and then make off with your stuff. And like, oh. Which kind of makes you wonder why they didn't do it while I was there, but I guess I'm glad they didn't escalate it when I was passing by them. I'm kind of glad you just walked by them afterwards, after the fact. I'm like, whew, crisis averted, right? Imagine if I sat down. Some alternate universe I sat down, this would be a completely different path I took. We used to hit up the local Burger King in Canada because it was open 24/7. Oh man. 24/7 restaurants. It's a boon, especially late at night when you get those cravings. I think Taco Bell kind of has that sort of distinction here. It's like the late night food you get when it's late night, because it's the fast food open restaurant that's probably open late at night, and I guess tacos are pretty easy to consume. At the very least, Taco Bell tacos are pretty small and handheld, so you can like chow down on those pretty quickly, as opposed to like, a burger, which might take a bit of time to consume unless you get like a White Castle slider or something like that. In New York, our routine was to head to Subway and then next door to get some fries and take them back to the hotel. Yeah, that's a good way to do it. Just like hit up the establishments and piece together your dinner from the various restaurants you hit up. And maybe grab a soda from the convenience store as well. I'd have been the same. Can never be too careful. Yeah, even though I didn't quite understand what their ulterior motive was, I guess. Even at that moment, I just got that, that feeling in the back of my head. I was like, nah. Nothing good is gonna come from this if you sit down. Don't do it. So I didn't do it. I just walked away. Probably best thing I could have done there. And again, good thing they didn't really take it any further than motioning me to sit. 7-Eleven because they had Mountain Dew. Ooh. That always amused me. Like certain places would have like, you know, the exclusive flavors of Mountain Dew that you can't get anywhere else. I think the most famous one would have to be the Baja Blast from Taco Bell. That was always the draw. Taco Bell. It was the only place you could get Mountain Dew Baja Blast. What did it taste like? Who cares? You can only get it at Taco Bell, so that's why you would go to Taco Bell. And yeah, anytime I would go to Taco Bell, I always get the Baja Blast. Even though I'm not like a fan of Mountain Dew normally. There were probably other exclusive Mountain Dew flavors out there as well. Baja Blast is just like the only one that it's the one that comes to mind the most when I think about, you know, the stuff like that. Alright, I think I can work with this. We still have about 2.5 laps anyway. The clear one was pretty nice. Wow. I bet that was like lemon lime flavored, wasn't it? Okay, I'm actually gonna rewind that one. No way I'm gonna work with that. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Regular Mountain Dew, I'm not too big into, but the alternate flavors of Mountain Dew, some of them are alright. I enjoy them. Yeah. Yeah, the clear one I enjoyed. I also liked Code Red and Livewire. I guess that was like because they were like, you know, fruit soda and orange soda. Mountain Dew's take on it worked well enough. And of course, Baja Blast. Got spoiled food-wise in the U.S. I'm glad you enjoyed. I'm glad you enjoyed the food. Gotta admit, U.S. cuisine isn't perfect, but I think there's some okay things in there. Probably some things you could take back and have fond memories of, at least. What would you say was like your favorite food? What was the favorite thing you ate from the USA? Very happy Foxy when I have some Sonic. Ah, okay. Yeah. Sonic's got some good stuff. You don't see like those restaurants too often, but when you do, it's like pretty fun. I think for the longest time, they were like one of the biggest holdouts for still having that sort of like that sort of drive-in style experience where you could like park at a spot, get your order, and then you have like an employee kind of just like walk out with it, and then you could choose what to do, what you would do with it from there. I guess they would call those delivery these days, but yeah, it was pretty novel for what it was. And Publix did the most awesome Philly cheesesteak. Philly cheesesteak. I like it. I like it when it's you know, not the frozen steakums that you see like in a frozen aisle.
Last lap.
Gotta get yourself like, you know, a proper grilled steak and onions and peppers, along with the proper cheese. I know the original Philly cheesesteak had cheese spray in it, but nah, no, let's not go for that. I gotta put in like some proper cheese. you know, shredded, sliced, whatever. Just no cheese spray stuff. Nothing like that. IHOP was an experience, as was Cracker Barrel. Oh boy, I have some relatives who always would like to eat at Cracker Barrel. I remember that being like a tradition for a long time. When we would pick out restaurants to eat at, it would more likely than not eat at Cracker Barrel. I did eat at IHOP a few times too. They were pretty good. I would obviously get their pancakes and sometimes an omelet. They did make some, you know, decent omelets. I think the best part was, like, at least the IHOP I went to, they would honor any customizations you would want, so I would, you know, ask for like fewer onions on my omelet. They were like, yeah, okay, we'll make your omelet with fewer onions, and sure enough, my omelet came out and had fewer onions in it, so hey, props to that. I remember there being like a period of time where IHOP was trying to branch out with its food choices, and they actually like put burgers on the menu. I remember that because they had like a big deal too, where they rotated the P into a B, and they, you know, as if they were turning into like the International House of Burgers. I remember people being like super puzzled by that because, you know, it's like a pancake house, breakfast place. This is probably the last place you would look for a burger, and I don't think people were too fond on the burgers. I don't know if they like do burgers anymore, but I wouldn't be surprised if they like quietly dropped them from the menu because, yeah. Who goes to a breakfast house for a burger? I think the other breakfast house counterpart I usually see around is like a Waffle House. I had to admit, I've never eaten at a Waffle House, but I imagine it's like nothing too special. I guess if anything, they probably have like, you know, richly decorated waffles, like one might have like a richly topped pancake. Get like a waffle with like, you know, various fruits and whipped cream and whatever syrups you want on it. Wasn't too keen on Wendy's, really. I'd admit, some things about Wendy's I'm not too keen on either, but I guess their burgers were all right though. I guess people would the thing people would always bring up the most is like, oh man, did you ever dip your fries in a Frosty? Oh, it's so good. And you know, I did try that, and it's fine. I enjoyed it. I can see why people would like it. You know, it's a contrast to sweet and salty, hot and cold. Just goes. It does pretty well together. Amusing enough, when it comes to like the three fast food restaurants people tend to associate with burgers: McDonald's, Burger King, and Wendy's. I would probably rank them Burger King, McDonald's, Wendy's. Granted, there's like, you know, not too much of a difference between them. If it comes down to it, and I gotta eat at Wendy's, I'll eat at Wendy's. I'll enjoy it, and you know, I'm not gonna be completely repulsed by it. But yeah, if I had a choice, I would probably try to find a Burger King first. It's kind of funny because I know some other people who like hate Burger King. They absolutely despise it. They think the food is gross or something like that. And I remember thinking, what Burger King do they go to? Because any Burger King I go to, I greatly enjoy their burgers, right? They kind of have like that sort of faux grilled taste to them that I like, and the veggies I feel like tend to feel fresher too, right? They're not like they don't feel less packaged or anything like that. Their fries, I guess the fries are kind of like an opinion thing, right? It's like depends on what kind of fry you like, right? If you like shoestring fries, then you'll probably like McDonald's fries. If you like a little thicker, then Burger King fries are probably more up your alley. I do that at McDonald's. Dunk my fries in my strawberry milkshake. Okay, yeah, right. Doesn't have to be a Frosty. Just be like anything, but yeah. Do something like that, and people will swear by it, and I can see why they would. Not something I do all the time, but I wouldn't mind doing that every now and then. For chicken Popeyes. Now that is one where I will agree with you. Popeyes rules. When it comes to chicken, I'll usually go for Popeyes if they have that, and if they don't, well, KFC is fine, right? I've eaten a lot of KFC chicken. It's fine. I like their bowls, right? I like their mashed potato bowls with the chicken and the gravy and I think corn too. Enough that I will usually try to make my custom mashed potato bowl at home with my own fried chicken and corn and gravy. It all goes together pretty well, right? Because you imagine that kind of thing on the plate, and it's like, yeah, it's all gonna get mixed together anyway. Why not just pre-mix them and then have it all together? I like the char taste you get on their burgers. Yeah, me too. It's kind of like I prefer Burger King. I know other people they really do not like it, but I guess it's a matter of taste. In the end, if a particular preference for a fast food restaurant, most of the time, if you go to a fast food restaurant, you're just looking for something to fill your hunger quickly, and when it comes down to it, right, you're not. Sometimes it's about the taste, but most of the time it's just about, well, I don't want to be hungry anymore, right? Or you're just like, I don't feel like I don't have enough energy to cook up a meal tonight. I'll just order something and get it delivered to my place. Those bowls were a taste sensation. We don't get those here. Oh man. Yeah, it was real. It was pretty cool. I think there was a period of time KFC also served up chicken and waffles, and well, chicken and waffles is a thing outside of KFC, right? It's just a thing you can do anywhere, but it was kind of cool that they served them up. They made a recipe. They managed to make something out of it, fast food style, and offer it up, and did it pretty well. I always have the same at Burger King: double bacon cheeseburger. I like getting a bacon cheeseburger sometimes. That's usually my go-to if I go to a restaurant. There'll be other times where maybe I'll try a more unique thing on their menu, but other times it's like, oh, okay, I just want an old reliable. Yeah, you can't. There's not much ways to screw up a burger. So I also like getting Whoppers at Burger King. Yes, bacon Whoppers especially. No cheese though, because I like having the mix of lettuce, light onions, and veggies there too. I guess McDonald's Big Macs has the Big Mac sauce, and it's one of the reasons why I might go to McDonald's if I'm in the mood for a Big Mac. In any case, here we are. We've completed 75% of the Legacy Tour. After this, it's going to be Exotics, and then finally, the Open Class. We're going to hear the final leg of this race, where we'll just, I guess, any car we want from C to S class. So, we're approaching the end here. Man. Another 2 or 3 streams and we'll have ourselves a Builder's Cup. Did you see that black bun Burger King did for Halloween had jalapenos in it? Ooh, I think I read about that. I don't think they offered it up at my place, but boy, sounds absolutely wild. I think there was a long time ago when Burger King was doing a Men in Black promotion. They had all their kids meal burgers UFO shaped. Never got a UFO shaped burger myself, and I'm wondering how they managed to pull that off. But it must have been pretty fun for any kid who just got to eat a UFO burger. That Big Mac sauce needs to be sold in a bottle. Yeah, right. Yeah. Like I know certain brands have tried creating their own off-brand Big Mac sauce. They would usually call it like sandwich sauce or something like that. But yeah, imagine McDonald's could probably make a decent amount if they sold Big Mac sauce as its own condiment. Ooh, yeah, they have another tour here. I should probably. That means this one's gonna go away soon. I should probably try to. I should probably try to wrap it up. What do we have here? The contemporary tour. Modern cars probably will cost me a pretty penny to get through here. Thankfully, I've got like a bit of bank saved up, but man, I'm gonna have to do some work to buy into some of these events, I imagine. But I will cross that bridge when I come to it, because it's been 4 hours. You know, we got through our two series here. The usual, making progress, slowly but steadily. We will find ourselves at the finish line. But for here, I think I am going to call it. So yeah, thanks to everyone who came in and chatted, who came and watched, lurked, hung out. I appreciate each and every one of you. I'll be back on Friday to do RoboQuest. That'll be like a second go at that stream, because the first one was hit with inordinate amounts of scuff. So I want to at least get like a full recording in there, and also just want to play more RoboQuest because that game rules. And I don't want to start anything new like before the new year, since we're coming off of Sea of Stars. So I just want to do like a couple one-offs, a couple quick ones. We'll get into a new long play game next January. I assure you that. But for now, I just want to take it easy before the new year rolls around. Have a good night. Rest well. Yeah, you have a good night too. Thanks for hanging out. I hope you also have a good rest and a good next day. All right. Let's see who's around the raid. Let's see who can raid into. I'm actually tickled pink because we got quite a few chatters today, right? A couple more folks coming on. Feels like I'm starting to gain a little traction here. That's like pretty awesome. See a handful of folks playing Disney Dreamlight Valley. That game got a 1.0 release, if I remember correctly. I think the funniest thing about that is because it was like made by Gameloft. People were expecting, oh yeah, it'll have like its paid early access period, and then once it hits 1.0, it will go free to play. And then it turns out, specifically for Dreamlight Valley, they didn't do that. They made it a whole ass paid product with a $30 expansion. I haven't gone back to Dreamlight Valley since it went 1.0. I want to probably give it a look-see. I did play like the heck out of that. I'm not like the biggest Disney fan, but I think the way it kind of hits that sort of cozy vibe while also featuring the big famous name characters was pretty cool. Had a good amount of character customization as well. A few Pokemon Scarlet Violet as well. I think the new DLC for that game is supposed to come soon, if it's not already out. did see someone put out like a list of, hey, here's all the codes that are active for that game at the moment that will get you some cool Pokemon. I'd admit, if I would turn that game on for one thing, it would be to just get the codes for the download Pokemon. Oh yeah, Grand Blue Fantasy versus Rising. I think that got a worldwide release. I know it was on early access release for PlayStation for a few days, but now it's open to everyone. Also available on Steam for the first time. So I actually want to get into that because I want to see continuation with the story, and also want to play as Anila. That'll be like my main draw. Oh man, I think I just got hit with like a couple of preview images that showed some spicy looking art. I do remember reading that Twitch did change up their policies on nudity. It's like a very specific change. I remember people looking over it going, "Oh man, now we're gonna be able to show like naked breasts and genitals and everything," but some other people dug in further. It was like, wait, no. They said that avatars that were animated by people motions would still be subject to the policy, so you gotta watch yourself. It's like, that just means anyone who happens to draw like nude art isn't gonna get dinged by Twitch anymore, which is like still pretty cool, but you gotta watch yourself there. And I really am trying to find something, but I'm either trying to find someone I haven't raided recently or haven't raided before, but it feels like the people who are playing anything that I might have an interest of raiding into are people I have raided not too long ago. I'm gonna try to vary it, right? I'm gonna try to at least mix it up. I don't want to raid the same people over and over. Get repetitive. Yeah, now I'm just going to like the general VTuber tag and seeing if there's anyone there I want to raid into. And oh, let's keep looking real quick. It's a lot of Fortnite and Lethal Company. Yeah, Lethal Company did have their update. They added a bunch of new mobs recently, so not surprised it's still kind of topping the charts there. And I guess Fortnite, again, got a whole bunch of recent updates, a bunch of substantial ones too. Like, I've seen people speak positively about Lego Fortnite, and seems It's like Rocket Racing and Fortnite Festival seem to be doing alright too. Oh yeah, I see one preview image that's about Fortnite Festival, and oh boy. I know Harmonix was working on that, and you can kind of see trappings of Harmonix there with the way the note chart is laid out and everything. Oh man. Decision paralysis is really hitting hard tonight. I don't know who to raid. Alright, refresh. Maybe someone new will turn up. Alright, I'm gonna refresh my other list. Oh. Right, I think I might have found someone. I think I rated them before, but it has been a while. And one second thought, maybe I'll find someone else. I kind of regret not just rating it to the other person I saw earlier. Yeah. Looks like they're collabing now, but you know, it's kind of like from one cozy game to another. But let's see. They have raids open just to give them, we'll just say hi to them. Hey, cool, went through. All right, Wutofu is playing Power Wash Simulator, the ultimate relaxing game. Just spend hours cleaning things. I know I've done that myself, and my brother has spent hundreds of hours on that game, so he knows about that. He knows about that all too well. Raid message. What should my raid message be? Maybe we go with like alright, here's like a pretty straightforward one, but yeah, if you're joining on the raid, hit him with a Sports and Tuners raid. Otherwise, have a good rest of your week. I'll see you Friday for a request. Take care.